Morning, City of Lamarck, City Council Special Agenda of July 31st, 2023. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarck, Texas will conduct a special meeting on July 31st, 2023, beginning at 10 a.m. in council chambers at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Local Government Code, the presiding officer and the quorum of the Lamarck City Council intend to be in physical and will physically be present at 1109 B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location on Channel 16 and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiera, would you give us roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Councilmember District A is not with us this morning. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C. Yeah. Okay, Councilmember District D
Present.
and Mayor.
Present. Make sure we communicate with Ms. Yancey and with Mr. Carlson. Thank you. Let's move now. We have a quorum. Let's move now to item 3, invocation and pledge. I will lead us in invocation. Councilman Ross, would you lead us in the pledge? Let's pray. Eternal God, our Father, we thank you for the opportunity to serve and to know you. We pray that you would lead us in our wisdom and understanding, that we would do what's in the best interest of your people here in this great city. We ask it all in your name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4, new business items presented to council for the discussion and possible action. Review and discuss proposed fiscal year 2023-2024 budgets and all funds. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. Part of the discussion that we had dating back to last week, we had some data from our 2 bigger departments, both police and fire, that did not have the opportunity to present. And so I'd like to have our fire chief, Chief Merriman, come forward, share some of his data and answer any other pending questions, as we kind of rushed through that section last time, being that's one of our 2 bigger departments and has some of the biggest asks.
What page are we on?
73.
73.
Yeah, I get you one.
Excuse me?
Morning, Mayor and Council. I'm ready for whatever information you guys would like.
Can we start with Mayor? A lot of questions were asked about the diversity and about that breakdown. If you can start there, please.
Sure. So I did a breakdown of our diversity based off of each level. And I have a total percentage as well. I've sent that spreadsheet to Mr. Garcia. So for the total percentage of African-American firefighters inside the city of Lamarque is 16%. Obviously, Lamarque's demographics are 30% African-American. The percentage of firefighters that are Hispanic inside the city limits of Lamarque are 24%, and its demographics is 31. I went a little bit further, and the percentage of firefighters that work for the Lamarque Fire Department that are female is 23%. And I even carried it on even further than that. You have 23% of your fire service personnel that live in district, reside in homes in the city of Lamarque.
Before we leave that to go on to the next topic, is there anything else on diversity specifically that we'd like to discuss on that end? I know that compares much, much higher than some of the other neighboring cities.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, on your personnel chart here, these titles, does that include EMS?
Yes, sir.
So which is the category for EMS? Is that / firefighter / EMS?
Every member of the Lamarque Fire Department is required to maintain 2 certifications, their fire certification and an EMT, advanced EMT or paramedic certification.
Okay.
All of your Lamarque firefighters both fight fire and ride the ambulance and take care of patients in the city of Lamarque.
All right. Thanks.
James, did you have any questions?
No, sir.
Caesar, you can proceed.
Thank you. Next topic of discussion that we were asked to follow up on for this particular department as part of this process had to do with training. If we could please, if you could please discuss on the advancements of training that you've had over the past year and specifically with some of the positions that were questioned.
Well, there was only one of my command staff questioned about having his fire officer certification, and on Friday, the 28th, he successfully passed and became certified as a fire officer. So every one of my captains and engineers, with the exception of the one who will be leaving us in December, is certified at minimum to the fire officer's fire officer 1. The fire marshal is actually certified to fire officer 4. And myself is also certified to fire officer 4.
And that's great. Congratulations, Chief. I think for me, I'm looking at any processes. What's the new policy? What's the new procedure we've implemented that says within 90 days of your promotion or your new assignment, you will achieve a certain level of
Those are
certification.
So
we have those?
We do. We revamped the job descriptions for all levels. I took a look at them and revamped them all. You give me just a second, I can pull them up and we can discuss them in depth. Give me just 1 second here.
And as you're looking for them, Chief, I'm in particular interested in new promotions and new job assignments, how quickly those persons in your process are required to achieve those levels of certification.
All right, so we'll start with the captain's job description. So the one that we have, we recently redid, we did in August of 22, we redid it. And the minimum requirements for your captain are you have to have your high school diploma, you have to have your NIMS, which is 1, 2, 7, 8, 3, and 4, the basic NIMS certification. You understand that? Let me.
Yeah. Sure.
You do. I'm trying to make sure so in municipal government, for FEMA, everybody has to take incident command systems training. And the minimum requirements for all city personnel is IS 100, 200, 700, 800. That's the minimum requirement for all city employees. And that's basically FEMA's training on the National Incident Command System for emergency management stuff.
Right.
All personnel. Our supervisors are supposed to have an additional classes of IS 300 and 400, which are expanding incidents. And that's required of our captains.
Okay.
I also made it requirement for our engineers, and they, with the exception of the one retiring, all of my engineers and captains have ICS 300 and 400 on top of the mandatory requirements of 1, 2, 7, and 8.
All right.
They already have those. They're required to get their TCFP fire inspector if they don't have it within 12 months.
If they don't have it within 12 months. Okay.
Right. They have 12 months to get it.
Okay.
Now, the caveat to that is, some of my command staff was hired under and signed job descriptions that didn't include this. They were hired under previous administrations. So I have one of my captains that's on shift is an inspector. One of them is awaiting his test and the other one is working on the class. So even though they didn't have to, because they signed a job description that didn't hold that, they have agreed to better themselves and take the class to improve.
Okay.
So if they're assigned to the fire marshal's office, they have to have their fire investigator, which is because our fire marshal's rank is captain. The job description, he's assigned to the fire marshal's office, so he's required to have his
The fire marshal is a captain's rank?
yes, sir.
Okay. And he has to have, or she has to have a fire investigator.
That's a requirement if they're assigned to that.
Okay.
If they're assigned to the prevention office or the fire marshal's office. Captains are required to have fire instructor 1, fire officer 1, and we are putting incident safety officer in there at the 12-month mark.
So fire instructor, fire officer. So these are the things they have to have before you even consider them for promotion, as your policies dictate. They have to have NIMS.
Yes.
They have to have high school diplomas. They have to have fire instructor, fire officer, and
We're working towards incident safety officer.
incident safety officer.
Yes.
That would be within 12 months.
Yes, sir. And honestly, I'm out of training dollars to send those guys to incident safety officer. So that will probably be something that happens when next budget cycle.
So we definitely, let's say today, because we want to move forward. Today, we won't promote anybody to the rank of captain that does not have at least, and this is important, I think, for me and for us as a community, that have at least fire officer one.
Correct.
Okay.
It was it was a challenge to get
Sure.
to that. And not just your captains are not just the ones that have it now. There are also several engineers and even basic, our fire service, the guys that ride backwards, that are just pikemen or I don't, the word, I say pikemen, I say ride backwards. I mean, the guys that are actually not an engineer or a captain that are looking to promote. I have several that have already taken instructor one and officer one and are prepared
To go move
to
forward.
move forward. They are advancing themselves to become leaders in the Lamarque Fire Department.
Any other questions about training, council?
I do have is that training? No, it's not training. It's in another area.
You can proceed.
Oh, okay. If you could clarify. I'm going to say this because I'm going to be following this year. I've never been to. I'm going to follow what we establish. What are the actual expenditures? What was budgeted? And an update on the percentages. I've really let that go. Are we meeting the budget or we're not? What we said. It's frustrating. It has been frustrating for all my time on council. So when I look at numbers that see drastic differences, such as line item 2040, uniforms, maintenance, and safety gear, that we have a budget for 23 of 30. No, is that a 3? Yes, a 32. Actual of 22. And then 36. And then for this year, the ask, this is base 52. But see, I don't understand. Then the proposed is 42. What is it? What's your ask here?
My ask was 52. In order to balance the budget, the city manager has said 42.
Say that again.
I asked for an increase in the uniform budget
To 52
to 52,
and it was trimmed to 42.
expecting, taking into account, cost of uniforms is getting more expensive. That was also a plan to, increase staffing to, minimum staffing on fire trucks. So I still have to have the budget to put them in uniforms and safety gear. So my ask was to increase to 52. Mr. Garcia and I discussed that we seriously can't, we can't go to what I've asked for. But we still need, due to the increased cost of uniforms and personnel, it came to 42.
Sure.
I guess here's where in FY22 actual, and once again, is that I think it's just my eyes. That's not 88, is it, Mayor? What is that?
33.
33.
Yeah.
It's okay. It is my eyes. And I've got my strong glasses on.
Well, these numbers are kind of hard for me to see too, sir.
Yeah, this is not friendly for. Not at all. Okay, so there's actual then. In general, an increase with the 42 as well. And when we say uniforms, educated layperson like me, what does the city do? It buys the uniforms?
Yes, sir.
Our fire
So on top of, so we do not pull our bunker gear out of the uniform budget because our bunker gear lasts 10 years. So that comes out of that's a 5-year or 10-year life asset. But our uniforms are these uniform shirts, the pants, belts, boots, hats, things that t-shirts that our department is required to wear on uniform. That's
considered.
that's
the
considered
uniform.
a uniform.
And the bunkers and stuff they wear on,
That is
on that
that
outside
is
stuff.
turnout gear is fire protective gear that is, but it's because it has a 10-year lifespan, it comes out of that would come out of our 5 or 10-year life asset budget.
Okay. And
The biggest difference that you're looking at in the uniform budget is why it increases. We went from being 9 short to 1 short.
okay,
So we spent more of our uniform budget outfitting.
as you're filling positions.
Yes, sir.
Let me flip to another area.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm just educating myself. It's under, this is the 50. Let me see if I can get this large. $50, 10. 50 communications. And I see it's 0 across the board. And once again, a layperson like me stops and thinks, isn't that crucial? Communications and what is that? Why is it a 0?
I will defer to,
Yeah, the communication line item and all the budgets have been consolidated to communication under the 99 because it's a citywide paid cost. So everybody's cell phones, desk phones, internet lines, all that is not in their base budget. It's under the 99 account.
So you say that, Kyle, and my first thing comes to mind is grants. Like we have, for example, at Houston Galveston Area Council in October, will be the council will be asking for grant submissions either for police and to some extent fire as well too. And how do you break out when you submit the grant? When asked for a line item, are you still able to break out? Or if I ask the question, what's the communication cost for the fire department? Are you able to give us that?
Yeah, it's labeled on our cell phone bills or on our internet bills. We know what building costs how much for a month for internet, things like that. But in past, Susie thought it would be cleaner to pull it out of their budgets. That way there's not overages or unders, as it fluctuates, or that way the money is not in there for them to repurpose possibly for something else if an emergency comes up, because I pay those bills. I look at those bills every month and pay them. And if they need a new cell phone or whatnot, they request it through the IT department and we account for that in the budget.
and
Oh,
Mayor
I
Pro
don't know.
Tem,
Mayor, I'm going to defer to you on that since you've got you and of course Chief Mayor, but it's just from a grant perspective and to get an accurate snapshot. If I say, look at fire department, I'm wanting total expenses associated with that entity. Or if I'm doing grant review and I see zeros, that's going to stand out in my grant review side. Because I'm saying that's not accurate. That's my commentary there. And the same thing, I guess the same explanation goes to the utilities, your consolidated utilities under some manner. And so you're not breaking it out anymore. Replacement cost expense of the 40, what is that, 40 something, 50. I guess we're not using that category anymore, or we have no cost replacements. What is that? Is it just one of those old carryovers?
Mayor Pro Tem, I have been, since I was promoted to fire marshal in 2015, I have been helping the previous administration in the fire department budget in some way, form or fashion. and I have never had access to anything but the 40 line items. So when you ask me about a 50, that was something that I was not privy to. If you ask me about something that is in a 35 line item, those are things that I've never been privy to. Even currently now, I don't have access to the 50s or the 35s.
Okay, I don't know what that means, but I guess in the
Well,
simple.
So the communication budget you asked me about is labeled 50,
Yeah, those.
50-10.
5010. When I log into STW, all I see is either the like 4020, 4040, those line item numbers are the ones that I have access to. And the Fund 48, which is the county money. Those are the two areas I have access to. I don't have access to see the 5010 or the general fund. And I never have.
So just, I'll close this out with this.
Yeah.
And I don't need an answer now, but I would at some point like an explanation of how do we hold our department heads accountable for funds that they've been given for their department if they don't have an accurate full picture. It's just my way of business is show the party
And
everything.
for us to overcome that, because Kyle takes care of our communications,
Yeah.
Kyle and I speak quite frequently about what it would take for me to, add communications to, if I have to add a cell phone to somebody or a tablet or anything like that. Kyle and I discuss that before decisions are made, because he has access to that account and I know he has access to it. So I don't make decisions without discussing those things with Kyle, who's in charge of that line item.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to reaffirm Mayor Pro Tem's right, as the right of all council members, to receive the information that we are to decide and deliberate and discuss upon in any manner that we choose to receive it. And it's clear that this is concerning. And so it's Mayor Pro Tem, you've asked that it be extrapolated out or separated so that we can see the true cost. I think that that's valid. We don't know if the communications costs in the fire department is risen, by hundreds or thousands of dollars. Doesn't mean anything other than we need to understand where the trends are. Are you growing? Do you need more resources? And that's important. And we can't do that if we don't have an accurate reflection on a deeper level, on a departmental level. And so I think, Caesar, I think that's something that we need to have an answer for Mayor Pro Tem and the rest of this council as soon as we can. I wanted to ask you, Chief, and I know many of your members are listening here today, and certainly we want to preface what I'm asking you with the idea that I'm asking you because my mind is working. I'm trying to solve problems. I know that every one of your members work extremely hard and give 150%, but we're trying to see if we can match apples and oranges in some of these things. Very quickly, very briefly, what does your deputy chief do? What is he or she responsible for? Again, we know they're hardworking. We're just trying to get an idea of how to make us more efficient.
So my deputy chief helps me with the day-to-day operations of the fire department. He takes command at scenes. He's an additional firefighter when needed because we have one personnel on fire trucks. He helps with emergency management.
Okay.
He helps with truck. He helps maintain all trucks, make sure that the maintenance and service is done correctly, and any truck that has an issue comes to him.
So if in my language or in my understanding of the fire service, because I was a part of a bigger department, he or she would be like a battalion chief.
He is the ops chief.
Ops chief. Okay. So when he or she goes home at night, who assumes that responsibility?
So the captains have to, we are on call 24/7, him and myself. Our phone, if there's a fire.
So he or she is the bat chief whenever there's an incident,
Yes, sir.
whether he or she's on duty or at home. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We respond from home on major incidences and
Okay.
assume command and help take care of mitigating the emergencies.
What then does again, we're learning this together, the fire marshal do?
That's the equivalent of the prevention chief or community risk reduction,
And he or she during the course of the day does,
life safety inspections, occupational certificate of occupancy inspections, plans reviews. Anytime something catches fire, somebody from the fire marshal's office is contacted to determine whether they need to come investigate for arson or determine a cause and origin. They are responsible for, if it is arson, filing charges, pursuing charges, and talking to the DA and working through complete law enforcement case like that.
so they basically have a set job function.
Yes, sir. They're
Every
also
day.
in charge of the smoke detector program.
But they have a set job function every day.
Yes, sir.
The deputy fire marshal, do you have one?
Yes, sir.
What do they do?
He assists and does plans review, arson investigations, and
Gotcha.
inspections.
All right.
I'm sorry.
I see where, last question, the EMS captain, what do they do?
They, our EMS captain is responsible for anything medically related. She is the point of contact for our medical director. Any of our EMTs or paramedics that need to go through field training, she is the contact. He or she is the contact for that. Medical supplies contact, they take care of the medical supplies. They maintain our DEA license, our state licenses for EMS.
Mhm.
They also help with all the continuing
Okay.
education for their EMS certifications.
Okay. I'm asking you this because I'm trying to see, you have well, not you, but there's associated with the budget and emergency management coordinator role stipend, a deputy emergency management coordinator role stipend, and an emergency management specialist position, which comes up to about $82,000. I know that Kyle is our emergency management coordinator, and certainly if he had not already received a stipend for that role, he should receive a stipend. But there is still about $70,000 there on the table for a stipend and for, it looks like another position, maybe even another part-time, full-time position. For me, the reason I was asking you these things is because it can potentially be a natural fit, some of these job functions within the fire department. Now, I see that your deputy chief operates primarily as a bat chief, so that's out. Your EMS captain, the majority of our calls are EMS related, so that's a chore. But I am focusing in on the consideration, and I don't know, we're all walking through this together, but the idea that maybe we might be able to roll some of these emergency management functions into this office of the fire marshal. That's first thought, trying to save money and being efficient. Not that they are not busy, but because their job function can be paused, should never be paused, but in the moment of emergency can and really have to be paused, right? Because if we are operating in an emergency, that means that businesses more times than not are closed, right?
Correct. During Ike, when I was the fire marshal, I transitioned from doing prevention work to doing operations and helping in the emergency, in the EOC, making phone calls. We contacted myself and two people that were attached to us from the police department, sat in a room and called over 900 residents to make sure we took the senior citizens bill from utility billing, called everybody and made sure everybody was out and safe and didn't need anything. So the fire marshal's office does. Currently, I am Kyle's deputy emergency management coordinator.
Right, right.
Um,
Right.
But there is, and on that same line as being the deputy emergency management coordinator, myself, my deputy chief, and my fire marshal are 2 classes away from finishing our advanced professional series in emergency management.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we were working towards making sure we were better suited to help Kyle when emergencies happen, disasters.
Okay.
Because emergencies happen every day in the city, but we're talking disaster level emergencies.
Yeah, I think that, just from my eyes, that would be a council, you can chime in, certainly. That would be a good fit. Again, it works. I'm sure, according to Chief Merriman, who was the former fire marshal, that's a natural role that they move into anyway. Cesar, I certainly hope that you're taking notes on what we're. Council, do we have any concerns, questions about what we just discussed? Moving forward, it looks like we have not received the official proposed budget as of yet, but it looks like in this information that we've received thus far, that there is a significant increase in the budget request of the city manager. The vast majority of that increase can be found in the fire department. And
More specifically personnel.
Yes,
sir.
Can you again speak to this council? I don't know if we ever gave you an opportunity to respond as it relates to this, why you're asking for so many personnel, and give us a ballpark figure on what it will cost.
So the one thing that I have noticed in years of sitting here watching budget presentations to you guys, the one thing I've always felt that was lacking from our end to give to you is you guys had no clue what we truly needed to successfully complete the mission of taking care of the citizens of the city. So the budget requests reflect that. Now, I am fully understanding that my budget requests are way above what our city can afford to do, but you guys need to know what it takes to help the citizens in order to make your decisions. So that's why the majority of that is personnel, and it's broken down. When I first took over as the interim chief, you guys directed me that we wanted to see captains on both sides of town. So my top request was, and in return, they needed to be trained. So we've really worked at training and increasing staffing, and retention was a big thing for us. Excuse me. So we worked on that. So the top request is for three captains to be positioned on this side of town, so that I have a captain at each station. And then my second request was to you guys allocated in 2021 to remount 2 of our ambulances. And I would like the opportunity to remount a third one due to the fleet is just aging, and it's costly on repairs at this point.
Let's go back to the personnel.
Yes, sir.
How many shifts do you have?
3 shifts,
3 shifts. And so you're asking for 3
captains,
new captains, and we've
One per
talked about
shift.
this.
and so
What's so important for those of us that don't understand the fire service? What's so important about having an officer in charge of a fire station?
Well, I mean, your fire service leader, your company officer is the guy that sets the tone and the morale in that house. And they're the ones that train with their guys and they work out their system to get so that when they get off of a truck, you know, when there's a fire or a wreck on the freeway, it's in layman's terms, it is a dance. And everybody has a position, everybody has a job, and your captain that's over that house, it's his responsibility or her responsibility to make sure that everybody knows their part and knows how to do it so that it operates smoothly and effectively. And although myself, my deputy chief, my fire marshal, we're all going to respond, sometimes if I'm in office and there's a call over on Retama, if they're the captain on the truck at Station 2 would be the first one on scene to establish that dance, for lack of better terms, until, you know, additional help gets here.
Sure. And from there, you're asking for 3 engineers to replace those 3 captains that will be promoted.
And the way to make sure that everybody else understands, I'm not asking to go hire 3 captains from the outside. What would end up happening is I would promote from within and then hire 3 firefighters so that they could start working their way up the ranks.
So ultimately, this portion of your plan really calls for you to hire only 3 new personnel?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So there's the same with the engineers. We would promote and hire 3 firefighters. So it would be an additional 3 personnel. And then that's the way I broke it down. So
Right.
that you guys would have an easier way to decide on what with our ultimate goal is to be 4-man engines.
So let me ask you this, Chief, and again, I'm trying to make sure that I understand the numbers.
Yes, sir.
Let me get to it first, if you don't. So and here's where I'm having an issue because maybe I'm misunderstanding. So it sounds like what you're saying when you're asking for 3 new captains is if this council approves it, you're gonna theoretically pick, because we're already here, Bill, Joe, and Nance, right?
Yes,
We're the 3 new captains.
correct.
And then you have to replace us. And then you'll pick Osteen, Caesar, and Ross, right? And then in order to replace those firefighters, you have to hire 3 firefighters, right?
Correct.
And that would complete the cycle, yes?
Yes, sir.
And
But the total salary would be, so it would be broken up like you, Councilman Ross, Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem are my engineers. If you get promoted to captain, your pay goes from engineer pay to captain's pay.
right.
So part of that number but it's all going to come out on a captain's salary because we're going to.
Right. So here's what I'm asking, Chief, and I think it's just I get your concept, but I don't know if I'm understanding the numbers or the numbers are right. And so that's the only thing that I'm trying to get a better bit of clarity on. So each new firefighter costs us how much money with benefits?
It's roughly.
Actually, yeah, because benefits are in this number here, right? The number in this department request.
Benefits are not calculated in that.
Okay, so this is just salary.
That is just
And that's
salary.
okay. It's okay.
Yes, sir.
So how much does salary, just salary, how much does a new firefighter make? And then I'll show you where my question comes in.
I did not bring that sheet, but I figured that salary also includes the agreed upon CBA raise for next cycle. And I believe engineers make firefighters would make 55.
I think it's closer to 56, Chief.
56.
I'm trying to look it up.
So here's my question, Chief and Caesar. So if a new firefighter, just salary wise, and all this is just salary. If a new firefighter makes 56,000, let's say a new firefighter makes $60,000. So all you need is 3 new ones to complete the cycle, right?
Yes, sir.
So 6 times 3 is 18. So all you would need is $180,000
Of salary
of salary to complete this cycle.
plus
and-
fringe.
And well, this is just salary,
Right.
right?
Just
So then you would have to add also the $20,000 a year or 15,000 or 10,000, I don't know what they are, increases because people are getting promoted, right?
Correct.
So the captains, that might cost us another 60,000. And I'm just throwing numbers out there, just the engineers may cost us another 60,000. So for all of their promotions to be done. So that then brings us to about $300,000 in salary. Here's why I'm having problems. When you add these 3 lines up, and I hope that I did my math correctly. When you add up line new fire captains for Station 2, that's $253,000. And then you add new fire engineers for Station 1. I assume this is completing the line. That's $230,000. And then you add 3 new firefighters at the bottom. That's $165,000. It looks like that whole line, those 3 line items added up is like $649,000 or $650,000.
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And so if I just in my head came up with $300,000 that we would need to promote 3 captains, promote 3 engineers, and add 3 firefighters, why is that line item $649,000?
Because our captains make 78.
Right, but they're engineers right now though, right?
Correct, but we are creating that spot. That fire captain spot.
Right, but you're promoting an engineer.
So he's gonna go up to 70. I see where you're saying.
Right.
I got
So he's not starting from scratch. He's
Correct.
starting from 60 or whatever engineers make. And so the increase on that
So
would
that
be.
was that, and that's my mistake. That's not how
Okay.
I figured it up as I'm hiring 3 captains. This is the 3 salaries this is a salary for 3 captains. And then that was the salary for 3 engineers.
Right,
I didn't take into account
sure,
it's not going to be as much
right,
because at the end of the day, we're only going to hire 3 firefighters at a total of 165,000 for 3 firefighters.
right,
But we're going to have, I didn't figure it that way. My
right.
apologies.
No, and no problem. That's what we're here for.
But I
That's
did-
exactly why we're here.
I did figure it up as I need 3 captains. Their salary is this. That's what's going to be increased in the budget.
Right, right. No, we get it. We're on the same page. And again, that's why we're here. That's why we do budget workshops, is to try to understand what's actually happening.
Right.
So I appreciate you for that bit of information. That makes this look extremely different for what you're asking, for the citizens of Lamarck. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Mayor Bell, Councilwoman Yancey has joined us via Zoom. I just need her location.
Councilwoman Yancey, would you give us your location, please? Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, let me get back to you real quick. I'm in Boston. I need to get the correct address.
Yes,
Let me
ma'am.
get the correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Welcome. Council, we are discussing again the fire department budget. We went over, Ms. Yancey, we went over demographic, we went over training requirements, and now we're into new personnel asks. And so we're discussing that with Chief Merriman and Mr. Garcia. Council, do we have any questions concerning the new asks in personnel? Where are the new staff members? So now we're, if,
I have.
go ahead. I'm sorry,
a brief
Cesar.
point.
I was tunnel vision. Go ahead.
No,
I'm
no.
sorry.
The other thing that is going to encompass some of that increase, remember last fiscal year, we added a position of deputy fire marshal to the fire department. And when we did so, that position was not added for the full year. I believe we didn't add it until month 6.
We pushed it to the last quarter.
Right.
So
So
he's
we
on-
were proposing to push it in month 6, but
half.
we ended up pushing it back to month 9. So that's another reason why that may be a different amount that's not incorporated back. So just for point of
Yeah.
just clarification.
Maybe, but then we look back and we look back at the 1.8 estimated. for this year, and then we cross over and we look at the 2.1 proposed, and we can assume perhaps that half a position was in there as well, right?
Correct.
So this $650,000 number, is that part of this $1.3 million package? Because you have a chief, you have a $1.3 million salary package increase. Are there any other additions to that line item that we need to be aware of?
There were, my other. In noting it. The additional staffing would have been to put up a third medic unit and a fourth medic unit.
Sure.
For call volume.
Sure. And that's also included in.
Yes.
Third
And sitting here and to be honest, I realize I've also made another error. So
Okay.
if I can't hire that many people at one time and get them trained, and I didn't space it, these are full year salaries.
Yeah,
The reality is if you guys miraculously tell me I can have 9 new firefighters where we get to 4-man engines, what I want to do is 3 in the first quarter, and then 3 at the halfway mark, and then 3 at the last quarter, so that I have time to hire 3 and get them trained. And that's 1 per shift.
yeah,
Because we have 3 shifts, we really have to hire in 3s.
yeah.
So that it doesn't look like one shift's got 10 people, one shift's
Sure.
got 9 people.
Sure.
So reality would be first quarter, half, last quarter would be the reasonable way for us to hire 3, get them through train, because this past year, our captains put together task books, fire service field training manuals for new hires to go through.
Yeah.
They put together a task book that has, territory exercises, hydrants, things to familiarize themselves with the city of Lamar.
Yeah.
So it takes some time to get them through those tasks. You know what
Sure.
a task book is. So,
Sure. Yeah.
Giving me 9 firefighters at October 1 would just drown our guys, and the training would be subpar.
Yeah.
So again, I put in for full salaries. Reality would be 1,
Sure.
half, and then quarter, if that's the way it goes.
So that's a $1.3 million line item that we might be able to get that down to maybe $300,000 to $400,000 is what you're
Yes,
saying.
sir. I will.
Okay.
My apologies. I will go
Nope.
back to the drawing board, and I will make sure that
Yeah.
I will have new numbers. I'll get the city manager new numbers that reflect when I would want to bring those guys in and how much it would take for their salary.
And Chief, you don't have to keep apologizing to us. Again, this is a budget workshop. These are the types of things that we're supposed to identify and resolve. And that's exactly what you did.
Well, I pride myself
Yeah.
on giving you guys the most accurate information I can, and I have failed you in that set right here,
You're fine,
because
Chief.
it's over. The numbers are wrong.
You're fine. You're fine. We'll figure it out. Any questions? Kim, did you want to jump in at some point?
I need to give you my location. It's 450 Summer Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02210. That's 450 Summer Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02210.
Thank you, ma'am. Did you want to jump into the discussion with Chief Merriman?
No, I'm good. I've just been listening and taking notes.
Thank you, ma'am. Council?
Chief, I don't have any questions. I just want to say, after meeting with you and your men and women on Wednesday last week, I'm looking for when it cools down to actually go running around with y'all, having fun, running out hoses and all that good stuff again. It's been a while. And so I look forward to doing that. You have a great group of men and women out there.
Let me say this, it's being a former firefighter, it's extremely important, and a council member and a resident of this community. It's important that we have an officer not only responsible for the lives of the men and women of our fire department, but also be trained and responsible for the community members as well as city assets
Very much so.
That's a very important role of a captain. There's a fire station, there are assets, fire trucks are very expensive.
And only getting more expensive as the years go by.
And it is incumbent that we have a person responsible not only for the safety and well-being of the staff, as well as the safety and well-being of the community members, but also of the well-being and caring for of those assets that those community members hold and own. So I am definitely interested in making sure that we have the appropriate level of leadership so that we can provide for the appropriate level of accountability for our community.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
There are no further questions for Chief Merriman. Certainly hang around, Chief.
Absolutely.
Ideas pop in our head all the time. We'll move Scissor past Chief Merriman to the next item of discussion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, we're actually ended that section a little bit early. We're up against our lunch, if you like. Other than that, we have Parks Board coming at 1 o'clock after lunch, if you so choose.
I thought you said you wanted us to have a discussion with the police department as well. What was I?
We have police at 1:30.
Police is coming at 1:30?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We don't want to be too close to lunch and then expand.
I get what you're saying. Okay. Council, what is your purview? You flexible?
Lunch is always good.
Lunch is always good. Let's break for lunch and reconvene at council. What's your pleasure? 12:30, 1:45, 12:45, 1 o'clock,
1 would be great.
1 o'clock. Workshop stands adjourned until 1 p.m. Welcome back. We are in the afternoon session of our July 31st budget workshop. Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could please ask our Parks Board to come forward. They've got some handouts, I believe, are at everybody's station for us to review. And we'll make sure we also share those with the council folks who are joining us remotely.
Just a point of information there. I keep seeing Kyle. I keep seeing these little pop-ups on this.
At the
Zoom.
bottom.
But that's not permitted under our.
It's the closed captioning for those that are watching.
Closed captions.
Closed caption.
Oh,
For disabled, hearing impaired.
all right, so,
So that's
think-
just, those are just our words being.
Yes.
Is that a program?
okay.
Is that a computer program? Software? Okay, cool. You good, Joe?
Okay, I thought they were chat, I'm sorry.
Mr. Garcia, you had Parks Board?
Yes. I'd like to turn it over to our Parks Board. I'd like to welcome them and preface by thanking them for all their hard work that they've done this year. For doing their part in taking the first step to get our parks where we'd like to be. Mr. Bach, Ms. Tanya.
Good afternoon, everyone, council and staff. We're here, obviously to, present to you what we've done during this last fiscal year and what our goals are for the next fiscal year. Tanya put together a nice packet for y'all to read over and look at some of the accomplishments and again, what our goals are. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us because that's obviously what we're here for. We don't have much of a budget per se compared to previous years. So we're just working within that donation fee now that we get monthly. So some of the stuff that we're looking forward or requesting would come out of Public Works Parks Division CIP fund. That and all we can do is request those kind of purchases and spendings because that's been removed from under us. That previous all the way to like this past year, it was under the Parks Board, and then since the Parks creation of that Parks Department and stuff, now it all falls under Public Works and Rick Saylor. So
Not about budget stuff.
yeah. So at this time, I'd like to let Tanya speak because she's the wealth of information on everything to do with the parks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to highlight some of the things that we have done this past year, recommendations that the board has taken. We now have Lamarque Parks and Recreation social media page where we are assisting the city with promoting and marketing our city of Lamarque Parks. In the past, there has not been much information shared with the community and residents about our parks. Our page is very busy now. We're getting information from the residents about the things that we're doing. Many of them are pleased with the things that we are announcing to the community. A couple of things that we did with this new Parks Board to assist the city is we frequently go out and visit all of our parks. And as you can see before you, you have a parks maintenance log. This is the new updated log for this fiscal year. And as you can see, we have information broken down by parks, about the things that those parks need. We're working with the parks, I mean, not the parks, but Rick's department to help us satisfy some of these tasks. And you can see the status of those. And we have prioritized the parks that we want to be worked on. Those are parks that require just minimal maintenance things, such as installing H-posts, lifting our trash cans off of the ground. So if you guys have any questions about that, we'll be happy to answer that. The other things I want to mention is we have worked with organization to help bring attention to our fishing, kayaking that we currently have here in the city of Lamarque. Those are two staples that the community is already active in. And we're bringing awareness, and more groups are coming out to Mahan and Holland Bayou. Kayak groups are coming out, and more fishing groups are coming out and bringing kids with them. Anybody have any questions so far?
Any questions for Parks Board?
Mayor, yeah, I do. Somewhere, I guess I must have missed the meetings. I'm still struggling. I've been struggling with this. I keep hearing about these reorganization plans. And to be fair, I'll get a memo. We'll say this, this is under my or whatever, but I don't see the backup that explains what that means, such as what I just heard now about we no longer have a separate budget for parks, but it's now in the public. It'd been talked about a little bit, right, during the discussion about the parks structure, but to see the implementation, I must have missed those meetings, or I must have missed a council meeting. I'm saying. So, Mr. City Manager, all I'm asking is we need to do a better job, at least for me. Maybe it's my senior moment. I don't know that, but I'm missing stuff. I'm learning things, and it's frustrating. Truthfully, it's frustrating for me. And I'm looking now at this. I understand conceptually, right? We're progressing in the context of now we have staff to support the parks effort. That's number one I'm seeing. Yes. The maintenance technician, the maintenance worker, the parks foreman. But like I said, that transition is not been, I think, effectively, at least for me, it's not been effectively communicating. I'm seeing this for the first time. I looked at it previously, and I'm thinking, because it's let me go back to the line items. So I see suddenly we have this new, I wouldn't even call it, it's a new department, you're calling it 09 Parks. And I see all the expenses, but I don't see what's the revenue. So we're covering this out of our general fund. But how do we pay for this other than the general fund? Or explain to me how we went from an allocation of 30,000 a year to then this, just explain that to me.
Certainly.
That'd be helpful.
During last year's budget process, we separated what was all under Public Works before. it was recommended that we bring back and separate those divisions accordingly. So we took your public works, what used to be, if I remember, 12, that still exists as public works, but we separated some of those groups out of there, which now includes shop, which is Department 10, and parks, which is Department 9. This was done during last year's budget process. We were asked to clearly show what the expenses were to actually maintain each one of these and not bundle them directly. I believe it may have been yourself, I could be wrong, who requested for us to do so, and to separate it accordingly so we can show the expenses accordingly. These are funded through the general fund. The first time that we did this was at council's request, which was during this past fiscal year. We separated. That's why you saw public works reduced last year, because we essentially separated it from one department into the 3 divisions that make up public works, being parks, shop, and then the actual public works division, which is basically your streets team. So those are the different separate in those actual departments, not including the utility side of public works, which that is covered under the utility fund. So we separated those to make those a little bit cleaner, to actually show the actual breakdowns a little bit cleaner and clear. That was done at last year's request, specifically about the $30,000. I'd have to check. I believe it was so last fiscal year. If you give me a second to look and allocate that, and I believe it's also true this year as well. And that was just because we significantly increased the maintenance. If you remember back in 21, the parks overall maintenance budget was about $10,000, if I remember correctly. And now we've contributed slowly over the years significant resources in the form of staff and also some maintenance and repairs.
Okay, so let me, on my testadura, my hard head. If, and hopefully I'm following this and I'm accurately representing what I'm saying, correctly saying this. In past years, our structure, our practice was to make allocations to keep Lamarque beautiful, to the Parks Board. And that funding amount was the reason why we have commissioners on those boards. They were asked to take that money and utilize it for the benefit and improvement of our parks. All right, that was a separate fund and it was supported as well by the $2 contribution, voluntary. I make my $2 voluntary contribution, of which $1 goes to Keep Lamarque Beautiful and $1 to Parks Board. And separately, which had not happened, and you apparently, based upon what you just said now we're going to start accounting for the staff time, really represent and understand under public works, which I have no problems with, by the way, but under public works, the overhead costs associated with an effective, a dynamic parks operation. Is that accurate so far?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. So, and what you've done, and I guess here's what I understand, is in this process now of this consolidation, you're saying, at least at this point, is what I'm hearing Mike and Tanya saying they understand, is that we no longer have at our disposal the $30,000. We only have whatever voluntary contribution the citizens of Lamarque make, which on the average comes out to about, best of my recollection, it was about maybe $5,000-6,000 thereabouts, and sometimes it's higher. Is that what I heard? Is that what you guys understand?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Manager, I don't agree with that. would like, and I don't think we as a council said that at any time. That's just my understanding. Once again, it might be one of my moments. Because you're here every day, I'm not, right? So I'll give that to you. Yeah, but I attended every one of the discussions that we had on the parks and things of this nature, and I never heard that. I never heard that. So that's, I'm seeking clarity on that. And but as the council park rep as well, and even being an advocate as the former chairperson of People of Marque Beautiful, the purpose for our organizations is a funding source so that our volunteers, just like we're volunteers, can put their minds and hearts together to come up with programming consistent with now on the park side with at least a conceptual parks plan. That's I'd say that.
Certainly. And Mayor Pro Tem, one of the things that's different is in conjunction with that, and last year, we took more out of the parks fund and put it towards the parks actual budget or Department 9, essentially. If the will of the council is to bring it back and separate that into that rate, that's fine. I can tell you that on average, according to the last budget that we adopted in 23, we have on average that we budget for $4,000 as it is donations. And going back to 2021, roughly $7,000, $7,100 for the past 2 years study for 21 and 22. We cannot budget for more than that because they are donations and folks could change their mind anytime. But if it is the council's will for us to move differently to go back, then that's fine. But whatever you guys decide, we moved in this direction based on the recommendation made. We will do whatever, council desires.
I guess that's where I'm having difficulty. Just getting understanding. I don't recall us making that recommendation. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
That's all. Oh, we've operated under a structure, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that was what made, in my mind, Lamarque unique in terms of these particular boards and commissions. It was, you have a budget that's, and I've gone to these park, keep Lamarque, Texas, and say, hey, folks, we've got money, which is different from what other cities struggle with. And so we have a reason for our volunteer commissioners to really get involved, as we've seen Parks Board with the new membership be involved. So,
And
as I said, I completely understand. Let me say this from the grant side now, right? If we're out soliciting grants, we do ask the grants say, give us your costs associated, right? So that we did not have. So yes, there's an improvement there. And I'm grateful for that because of the grant opportunities that I have been forwarding on that side. They all ask those things. And then what's our portion? And we haven't even had the discussion about how we utilize in conjunction with this, the other $2 parks, what do we call it now? Parks improvement fee, parks improvement fee, as well too, which where does that appear in this? Or even as a note?
that will be part of the final proposal when we present that.
Okay.
And it's
Thanks
we're
for
working on
your
it.
patience.
But yeah, right now, just for point of reference, last year, we went from a $10,000 maintenance budget that was embedded into that, improved it to 70,000. If it's your will, we can cover the difference of that, which is roughly $26,000 to go back, but then we'll just reduce that accordingly if that's the council's will. We can bring that back at the final proposal, at the final presentation of the budget.
Well, these line item details, and what you just have to point me if I don't see this. I want to be an advocate for either the training opportunities for our commissioners on parks, and I would say also the Keep Lamarque Beautiful, because we have those opportunities that are there, that are apart and separate from the Keep Texas Beautiful. One of the things that on the Keep Lamarck Beautiful side, we have yet to become part of the Keep America Beautiful effort. And that brings about other opportunities as well too. There's a similar effort at the national level as well on the park side. And then
we are members of that.
When I see like professional fees, or I see here convention travel, and I only see $1,000. Who's that referring to? Is that for our commissioners? Or is that for paid staff? Maybe we may need to start making that difference as we do in Red Cross. This is paid staff, this is volunteer leadership. I'm like I said, I'm trying to understand. And then it says, what's it say here too? Supplies. Parks goes through a lot as a committee goes through things. So I want to make sure that we've got these areas covered. Training manuals, I see only 250, and subscriptions, $250. So those are my questions.
Yes, sir. We will get responses and bring that back to you, sir.
Any further questions? Any more questions?
I would.
Go ahead, Michael. I'm sorry, Ms. Griffin. Go ahead, Michael.
The question I got, I just found it in my email, is I agree with Joe. I don't remember cutting the money out last year. I mean, they need more than what the donations bring in, so I think we need to fund that.
Sorry, Councilman Carlson, can you state your address for?
I'm sorry. My address is 208 Washington Street, Mosier, Oregon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. Miss Tanya, you wanted to.
I just wanted to say that our the maintaining of the parks has been an issue for some time, but we are addressing those and they are being taken care of. And the three things that this board focused on is, number one, the safety of our parks, and the dilapidated equipment that we have in our parks. We strongly think that those things need to be dealt with and not just sitting in our parks taking up space, because that's just how we've been doing it. Some residents have stressed issues regarding safety of our parks, and I know we have addressed those concerns at Highland Bayou, but we've been made aware of some concerns at JC Park. I've drive by the parks at night just to look at lighting, because we were trying to see if there's enough lighting in the parks for people that go in after hours. And the only issue with the JC Park is, in many of our parks, the neighbors have lights on and you can see directly through the parks. But as far as JC Park is concerned, once you get past the basketball court, it's completely dark. And they've stressed that there's other things that are going on back there. So at our next board meeting, we will discuss that as a board. And we do think that there needs to be some type of lighting back there. I know for a fact that the police department frequently goes out to Highland Bayou Park because of some issues and vandalism that we have had out there. And we would like to encourage them to do drive-bys at JC and West Lawn. I know that I see the police in District 8 all the time. And according to some residents, there's not a representation in those two areas. And they are concerned about that. Not everybody can see everything that's going on. So if we can get some type of presence in those two parks on some basis, either when they're, over by the church that's sitting right there at the corner of Cedar and West Lawn, we would like to see if we can get them to visit those parks on some frequent basis. The other thing that the parks is concerned about is maintenance, as we've addressed through the log that you have here. So we are working with Public Works to get through those. We've identified some volunteer projects that we can get the community engaged in helping us improve the beautification of our projects. And so we hope to get at least 2 of those programs off the ground this year. We have a community service project that we have approved. It's called Art in the Parks. And the first program that we will be launching is getting the schools and community organizations to participate in the trash receptacle project by creating theme designs, so that we can place them throughout our parks, hopefully by October, and present them during the Bayou Fest. We are going to take an active role in conservation efforts by including native scapes in our parks, and also tree propagation. We're going to be working in November on Texas Arbor Day to mulch trees and plant trees at the Mahan Park location. That will be the one that we start with. We're also going to introduce sensory paths and sidewalks at those parks that have sidewalks in them. We're going to be working with schools to come in and do sensory paths, so that we can encourage parents to bring their kids out or just have something to do when they're visiting our parks. We're going to do the same thing with the tennis court at Highland Bayou, not the tennis court, but the basketball court. We are asking that we get estimates for installing pickleball courts starting at Highland Bayou Park, and we know that they're working on that. We also are getting estimates to repaint Highland Bayou Park Pavilion. That is our premier park, and we want to encourage people to rent those facilities, as that will benefit the city of Lamarque as well. The other thing that we will focus on later, once we get our parks maintained and up to presentable standards, about introducing athletic activities. Right now, as we all know, Mahan Park is our sportsplex, and because of the conditions in it, we are only allowing organizations to come in and do football on the open field that's out there now. We're not encouraging them to come out and participate in softball because of the conditions of the field. Anybody have any questions regarding that? Okay.
I have some questions. This is Councilwoman Yancey at 450 Summer Street, Boston, Massachusetts, 02210. First of all, let me say to Ms. Griffin and Mike Rock, thank y'all so much for your passion towards our parks and the renewed excitement that we see within the city. You were talking about Mahan Park, which I am falling in love with that hidden park. For a lot of people that don't know it's there. What do you need for that park to be used for softball? Why is it not up to par?
All of the equipment in that park related to the softball fields is in poor condition. We have a lot of dilapidated structures that are just sitting on the property. The fence is not in any condition, any safe conditions for us to allow teams to go out and play. I would strongly encourage our council to go out and look at our parks for themselves so that they will understand when we come before you, the things that we are trying to get taken care of, so we can all be on the same board. So if you were to go out to Mahan Park, you can look at the fields and see how dilapidated they are. We have pipes sticking up out of the ground where there used to be signs or backdrops, and it's just not serving any purpose right now.
So, Mr. City Manager, with the new sales tax revenue, are we allowed to use some of that money to fix up our parks?
Certainly, Councilman Yancey, if that's what you'd like for us to work in, essentially, for the fencing alone, we're looking at about $250,000 to $250,000. What was the last quote that we have? That's one of the major things that's necessary. We've already taken steps this year by repairing the restroom facility. There is restroom facilities out there. That's not inclusive of also obviously lights, redoing the clay infields and some superlatives like bases and what have you. But just the fencing alone is the biggest expense. The thought process would be to do one field at a time to make it more economical, to see if that makes most sense. Also,
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Also, if it's the consideration and the will of this council, as we talked about with the packages that we're introducing, if it's your will to do so, that could be something that could be earmarked for that purpose. We have applied for a grant for that. Unfortunately, we were not accepted in that last round from Texas Park and Wildlife. So we're looking to apply once more.
Okay, because due to our LMI numbers, I would think that we would qualify. The other issue is liability. And as Ms. Griffin has so eloquently stated about it being unsafe. So that's something that the city really needs to look at, since this is a property that we own. And just because there's no way for us to really keep people out. So the question is, it may be very necessary for us to get that done due to the potential liability issues if the structures are that unsafe. So I would definitely want to look at the options and letting our residents know this is what we would like to do. You may have someone come forward to volunteer their time, effort, and construction to do that. With all the nonprofit groups that we have that want to utilize it, maybe that's some incentive as well to beautify it. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud to make sure that we can utilize that park. A lot of new residents to Lamarck are unaware of that park. And I guess now I understand why we don't really push it a lot, because if we have those unsafe structures. So I definitely think that that's something that we need to look at and find ways to improve. Thank you to both of you and your service and helping to renew that passion with our parks and keeping Mac McGaffey's tradition alive of loving the park life in general.
Ms. Yancey, I'd like to clarify some of the issues out there at the park. Obviously, the softball fields, those are the most requested venues to be used through any organization. And you speak of liability. If an organization for the last at least 2-3 years asked to use those fields, we actually have to, Public Works, who oversees that, actually tries to turn them down. The fencing is the major issue because the vertical pipes that come out of the ground, they're rusted and they're real jagged. So if any kid was to run into one of those pipes, they're going to get cut. So if any organization asks us to, to come in and use or lease or even just to have a game out there, the official stance is no, you cannot, because of the safety hazard. And the lights, they're tested lights a few years ago. They're in-op, and in 2 of the 3 fields, the electrical equipment has been stolen. It's been vandalized and stolen. So the lights, other than the poles or existing poles, the lights need a total revamp. The concession stand, the roof has fell in on it, and there's nothing about it that's currently up to code, both electrical and plumbing. So that's another pretty big expense right there, is getting that, because any of those organizations, that's part of their funding, is when they do concession sales at their events. And the building is horrible shape. They've got a resident raccoon that lives in there now. And that's the big issue with Mayhem Park, is those softball facilities. And then, like I say, it's sadly, because that's the most requested facility to use, that we have to turn down organizations.
Well, I really seriously think we need to look at that, because I think our residents need to know, and I would even encourage an article about the condition of the parks. This is taxpayer monies, right, that we use for our parks. And I would think that we would want to encourage, outside play, recreation that has to do with health, and that has to do with healthy and safe. That's part of our Mayor's Safe City initiative. I think that's something city manager would need to look at to expose. And not, I think expose is just to let people know these are some of our growing areas where we need input, where we would like help. But I say with the emerging sales tax monies that we have coming in every month now, I think let's look at that to try to fix some of those issues, and still keep applying for grants.
Yeah.
Now, if there's another way to fund it, I think it's time for us to look at that. That's unacceptable. I know as a resident of Lamarck, I want all of our parks to be usable. And that's why we have them, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I think that's something we need to really, I think our voters are wanting us to we should take responsibility for it and find ways to fix it. So I would definitely want to look at that for this budget cycle to try our best to include it.
The other two main expenses in the park have been asked for many years prior to the Parks Board Master Plan. And of course, due to the amount of the repairs, it just keeps kind of getting kicked down the road per se. But for years, we've asked the footings at Highland Valley Park Pavilion to rot away. Yeah, sooner or later, hurricane's just going to blow the roof off that building because of that. 3 or 4 years ago, it was estimated $150,000 repair. But today's economics and stuff, I'm sure it's probably $250 now. And the other big issue that is known that at that time is probably more than close to $500,000 now is the shoreline erosion. That's it's so bad that there's shade structures all around the park, and 2 of them, the water line has receded back, where those shade structures used to be 15 to 20 foot away from the shoreline.
Mm-hmm.
Now the shoreline is undercutting the cement slab that's on. We've lost that much, over close to 20 foot of shoreline, because in that particular area around the lake, there was they refer to it as riprap installed, which
Mhm.
old cement chunks and stuff. That helps to protect that shoreline, because that's what kind of takes the erosion properties from the waves. And just to note that end of the lake along that shoreline, there wasn't and that's a very expensive job. That's, again, that we were always requesting that every year through capital improvements through council, which now moving forward, we do have that $2 mandatory fee
Right.
that's can be used for those large expenses. And that's something, staff is aware of. We need to focus on making those repairs to those 2 issues at Highland Valley Park. And I've talked to the grant writers and stuff, and it's hard, even though it's salt, that lake is salt water, and there's erosion grants for beaches and stuff. But referring to basically Gulf Coast shorelines, not inland shorelines, even though they're all still salt water. And so it's, finding a grant for that kind of repair is, from what I'm told, is very scarce. And
Well,
so,
we do have some leverage, and some of that leverage is we have a new commissioner with Galveston County. These are definitely issues to our city manager that we need to bring up to him. He may not be aware of that on the county level, to help us get funds from HGAC when it comes to being the second fastest growing city. These are like, as you said, these are items that have been here for a while, but I think we can, during the budget season, we can prioritize and come up with a plan to try to tackle each one every year. And try to make sure that our partners, and I consider Commissioner Robin Armstrong a partner since he represents us, to let it be known what we need. Parks is crucial to providing a safe city. It is a crucial factor. And the more that we make that a priority for us, the better off we'll be. So I'm an advocate for parks, an advocate for, walking outside, having a safe environment. So it's definitely something that we all need to keep hearing every month. You all need to make sure that that is your narrative to this council, to consistently remind us of the priorities of the park board.
Yeah.
If you don't mind doing that, just to make sure, because there's a lot of things that come up, but for just seeing what I'm seeing with our children and reading some of the research that's out there concerning children and parks and safety, the park system is definitely a need when creating and promoting healthy lifestyles. So, and I guess with the shoreline, that's something maybe we can take up with Texas A&M to see what they may have available and what they can do.
I'd like to give you a little bit of information since you brought up the county commissioners. It's a kind of a little quirky thing, but Highland Valley Park has 2 commissioners. Getty Road, the main road through the park, is a boundary, believe it or not. So the I guess you say southeast side of the park, which is where all the play facilities are and where they had the concert and stuff, that's one commissioner. The lake is another. From the west side is another commissioner. It just happens to be it's always been there, and when they
District
the lines, that part they get redrawn. But yeah, it's funny that our park is like that. Just that one part.
That's good to know. That may work in our favor.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Mike.
Mike, didn't we refresh my memory? Because 2 years ago when we talked about Mahan Park, the only thing that I remember that was at issue was the lights. Everything else was good to go, correct?
No, sir. The fence, because we've even talked about to Rick, because even like I say, officially we couldn't allow nobody on the field to rent, lease, or whatever use of the field, because the fencing is horrible out there.
How did we get an MOU signed with the league then 2 years ago? If it's that drastic,
If I can just discuss on that, sorry, Mr. Bach. One of the things with the softball league, who is subsequently backed out and cannot fulfill their commitment any longer, one of the things that they offered as part of coming to the contract was that they would facilitate a lot of those repairs. Once we as a team, collectively, Parks Board and staff, noticed that that was maybe not likely, is when we started becoming more aggressive on finding other ways to fund some of these repairs. That's how we found out the need of how much it would cost for the fences and so on and so forth. We're trying to stage that. It came to the table with hopes of trying to get some of that stuff done. Unfortunately, it did not work itself out. So we're going to plan B and try to move forward with that as fast as possible.
okay. Then my next issue is, why wasn't council aware of this stuff? If there was issues, I mean, that was kind of my big drive right there, is getting teen involvement. But now, 2 years later, we're back at square one, other than a raccoon that now is taking up residency.
Yeah, like I say, we had all had a meeting out there before they entered contract with the softball association and where everything's out on the table. And they had possibly had a donor that was gonna fund a large majority of that. And so, obviously, we know that, the organization that fell through. So we're still pushing forward, trying to get the grants or whatnot, because it's a huge amount of money. Because, that facility gets the most requests. Moving forward, we've asked Rick, and because he knows the request, not as far as organized, say league play or anything, but we've discussed it with Rick about having his crews just to go out there at bare minimum, remove the fence around the whole property, the baseball fields. So, because we have been asked by other organizations if they can just use the facilities to practice in. And as right now, when they officially ask us, we have to tell them no. So moving forward, until we can find the financing to replace the fence, Rick is looking into removing all fence, because that's the major sticking point out there, is the letting kids go out there and do their thing.
Understand that, but that's not gonna. I mean, that's like just ripping off a bandage. I mean, we still we got what, $4 million surplus that we have?
That's I don't know what you're talking about, 4 million, that's probably your city budget.
Well,
Uh,
in the city budget, so why are we tearing fences down? Why don't we just replace them? I mean, $200,000 out of 4 million. I mean, and it's been going on for 2 years. This is unacceptable by any standard. Also, the Highland Bayou Park, I know we talked about those repairs 2 years ago. Even the shoreline. I mean, we're kicking a can down a road. And this is totally unacceptable. I mean, this is 2 years ago, people. We need to get off our butts and do something. Thank.
Cesar, I just kind of want to mention this into the mayor as well. You all have done a much better job, upkeeping the parks this year. So much so that it's making our private parks noticeably unkept. I do want to schedule some type of meeting with our owners of our private parks. And we need to treat our private parks like we would anything else when it comes to code. And I don't think we've been doing that. I think we need to have a consistent look with all of our parks. They need to be lit up. There needs to be proper mowing that is happening. And if that's not happening, I think our city code needs to be involved. And what I have seen in the past is that hasn't happened with our private parks. And we get a lot of complaining from residents who believe those private parks are under our tutelage, and it's not. But at the same time, I don't think that we're being fair. What we do for one, we need to do for all when it comes to how we want our parks, period, public or private, to look. So that's something I definitely want to encourage you all to look into, particularly in District A, where there's a particular park that has been unkept, not mowed. There's no lighting. It's become a haven for burglaries. And I think it's unacceptable that the city has not given them the same type of care as we do other parts. When I say care, I'm talking about maintenance. And if we have to adhere to code, they should too. Is there any reason why we haven't done that in the past? This is to the city manager. Or is that just a culture of how it's been that we don't talk to or fine our private parks? And I don't know, because this is my first term. I don't know if that's something we've been in the habit of doing. And maybe that's to you and to the mayor.
Well, let me just respond to that. I don't know that, certainly I do know the city does not participate in the upkeep of private property or even of other governmental properties. What it sounds like happened this past weekend, if we're speaking in particular about this past weekend, sounds like there was a partnership formed between the school district and members of the community, some sort of servolution type of event. And I think, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Councilmember James Ross, as well as Councilmember Michael Carlson, agreed to participate as individual council members. I don't believe that that was a city-sponsored activity. Am I correct in that, Mr. Garcia?
That is correct. We had volunteers, just regular residents that came out, people outside. You know, I brought family like to the event, and all we facilitated was helping TCISD with helping to spread the rest of the mulch at those two playgrounds.
So it's no different, Councilwoman Yancey, than the time I believe that there was a movement for people to participate in the cleanup of Bobby Beach about a few months ago. I believe there was some work done. Similar fashion, the big difference is this was a TCISD property. And so there was more muscle and more resource behind the effort. I believe when it was Bobby Beach, that was more of a predominant individual volunteerism effort, if you can understand what I'm trying to say.
I just wanted to make sure that we do what we do for one, we do for all.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have properties that are being, fined and coded because it's not being kept, we need to do that for our parks as well, because I get the calls when it's looking a hot mess.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they believe it's in my district, so they think it's something that we are. And I don't, and it just looks bad on Westward to have, it's not painted, it's not lit. And I just want to know if we're going to continue as a city to allow that to keep happening.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
Mr. Ross was the only one out there Saturday.
Say again, Michael, I'm sorry.
For the record, Mr. Ross was the only one out there. I woke up late. My apologies.
Well, we thought you and Mr. Ross were gonna make two out of the five, and so we thought we were gonna have a quorum, but that's beside the point. Thank you for that information, Michael. Let me, if there's nothing further from the council, I want to really drill down on some stuff, but I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. I want to try to move through this so that I can make a bigger point, if you will allow me. First, I read your information, and I wanted to say, if amending a leash law has anything to do with putting pets on leashes, I'm 1,000,000% behind that, because I am a runner and I know what dogs can do when they are off a leash. So is that what we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I don't need any more information on that. Addition of Parks Division in the charter review. The addition of the Parks Division in a charter review, I think, is an ingenious idea. And I am certainly in full support of that. The charter creates departments. Council can temporarily create departments. But it's always good to have the charter review validate those departments. And so I'm interested in that, because I believe we have a missed opportunity in our park system.
Can I clarify?
Go ahead,
Mr.
go ahead, Ms.
Garcia, when we made that recommendation to council, the creation of the parks, is that in response to this, or is that a different thing? I wasn't.
Just real quick, like the mayor's point, it technically is, but it's
Okay.
not its own standalone department. As mayor said, it's kind of a
Okay.
temporary provision,
Okay,
and that's something we would need to follow.
okay.
Absolutely on the right track.
Yeah.
I think that the value of the flagship park that we have, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time on it, is Mac McGaffey Highland Bayou. And I think that our best foot forward is birding, fishing, and kayaking. I don't think that there are very, very many places around here in the mid-county, maybe League City, if you will. I think Walter Hall has some of that. Dixon Bayou maybe, but nothing to what we have, and the availability and accessibility of what we have. So I'm certainly excited about that. I think we should link you all up with JB and with other city resources to promote that. But here's the elephant in the room for me is this master parks plan. This I think at one point it was about a $4 million plan. Is that right? So it ballooned into like this $12 million plan. And the issue with that is this city will be hard pressed to reach the necessary resources to support a $12 million park system. And then, first of all, you have to have your matching funds. And then you have to have the ability to maintain it. And so I think that at this point, we need to be in serious discussions on whether or not what one time perhaps was a very good master parks plan, if it is even viable in 2023 moving forward. I was looking online the other day at a comment from, I don't know if this person was a resident or if this person was just a person interested in our current events in the city. One of the things that they said was, do children even use the park anymore? That's a good question. Good question. Because I suspect that there has been a reduction in the amount of participation our children have in our parks. Now, we do know children for child development, we do understand and know that we have to have certain necessities, opportunities for small muscle group movement, large muscle group movement. We just put some things out in the park that will help facilitate those opportunities. But then there's another part of a park system that's purely amenities, right? Some parts of our park system is about exercising and health, overall being. Our children need those parts, play structures. But then there are other opportunities. We don't have to have a football field. We don't have to have soccer fields. We don't have to have basketball courts or any of those things.
Exactly.
The issue then is, what do we do with a park system that is outdated? I think that we need to rethink that. And if that's true, then we need more than ever our parks board to help us to navigate what does a park look like in the 21st century, right? That is one of the most important things I think that you all have at your plate, which means you may have to go against this master parks plan. If you do, I think that we will be better for it if we can come up with common sense solutions based on what our citizens, our residents need, right? That would then free up this parks fee, right? To help maintain and grow parks on a more moderate scale and a more conservative scale. We can't, there's no way for us to hit a grand slam anymore. We have to hit singles now. And there's resources that we haven't touched that will assist you guys in hitting singles, but we have to start from the ground up, which means we need you all to help us to understand and navigate what a new park system in our city should look like. Hence, dog parks, walking trails, and what recreational amenity do we have available for our seniors? Are there any gardens or places for them, for our seniors to sit and to enjoy leisure and time outside? Any sheltering opportunities, right? So I want to challenge you all to move our park system in that direction. Last thing I'm gonna say to you on that is this. I love softball, but I would challenge us to find enough children in our city that are interested and willing to actually play softball in a league. And if they're not, then what are they willing to do? Also, these outside groups that come in to use our park system, they are simply that, outside groups. And as a resident of this community, I want to know how many of our children are participating in those organizations. We do know that a tremendous amount of our children are participating with the Lamarque Chargers. We know that. We get that. But perhaps in other opportunities. I threw a lot at you, but I don't have a lot of time here. We're pressed for time. Let me drill down into something else that and I think Caesar might be more equipped to handle these sets of questions. Caesar, line 3043, page 108.
Oh, he's in here.
And I thought Joe might have been hitting on this, or maybe Joe and Bach were going back and forth on this. Maybe they were, maybe they weren't. I was taking notes, so I wanted to make sure for my own edification. 343 on page 108.
Mm-hmm.
It says parks repairs and maintenance. You are proposing about $40,000. Is that that is obviously outside of this parks fee that we collect?
Yes, sir. That in the next proposal should read mowing, because that is just strictly for mowing.
So the 40,000 is for mowing.
Yes, sir.
So
Solely for mowing.
I thought we had a parks crew, a new parks crew, right? Of 4 persons, 3 to 4 persons.
Yes, sir.
So they aren't responsible for any of the mowing?
They're responsible for some of it, which is why we were able to reduce it. We were proposing to reduce it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that,
So they're gonna take some of that responsibility. So instead of the 80 or the 90 that we were gonna be at before, because we slightly overspent, that's why we're proposing to do some of this work in-house with some of these new team members.
okay. The next question that I have is, what is the balance of the parks maintenance fee, the fund?
I have to tell you what that was, Mayor. You gotta give me a second on that. if you don't mind.
Okay.
We do have some funds committed to the playgrounds that are going in now,
Okay.
as well as still standing by for the Mahan boat ramp. Waiting on that.
Okay.
I've already committed pending on that. So besides that, I have to tell you.
The Mahan boat ramp. We have funds earmarked for the Mahan boat ramp because that was a grant opportunity. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Our, I believe it's $500,000 and our matching fund, roughly 150,000.
Right. While he's looking for that, the public needs to know the sole reason for the hesitance to use this parks fund is because it was originally created as a financial resource to use to match grant dollars. So the theory goes like this. If we were able to complete a master parks plan, we could then make a grant application to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Division to fund this master parks plan, which many times they do. If we were awarded those fundings, we would have to have matching funds or matching financial, fiscal, or some other type of resource. This fund was created so that when we were awarded that grant funding, we would be ready to go with our match. Now, it's been 3 years, 2019, 4 years. Oh my goodness, it's been 4 years. I'm sorry about that. And we have not yet secured any grant funding. So we do what's called a pivot. We have to pivot. We have to go in a different direction. We can't just continue to accumulate funds in a user fee fund and then not allow for our residents to see the improvements from that investment / sacrifice. So we got to pivot. And I think that you all have started to do that. Rave reviews on what has happened at 3 of our parks. I think that you all need to continue. I think you need to continue.
We're constantly looking, I believe, at the last year's budget, I believe Ms. Susie said, at the current rate, because obviously that fund grows with the amount of water connections. And it was gonna be fiscal year in September, it was gonna be ballpark 600,000. But as you spoke of, out of that, we spent 138,000 for the 3 new play sets, and 150 is
Earmarked
for
the boat ramp.
Grant that is moving forward, so that's whatever, close to 300,000, a little less than, so that's pretty much half of that 600,000, I believe.
So how much do we annually generate from that?
According to the last few fiscal years, roughly 159, 145, 156. We rounded to 150.
150?
Yes, sir.
So I don't understand why we can't, again, pivot. I don't understand why we can't dedicate certain portions of that if this council so chooses to, and working in concert with our community to earmark a certain portion of that for regular repair, maintenance, and improvement of our parks, and earmark the other portion for any possible grant funds that may arise.
Mayor, it's funny you said that. The last Parks Board meeting, we discussed specifically that because that's when we found out officially about the other Mahan grant that we had $70 earmarked for. We brought that as discussion item to the board for us to discuss further because it is time for us to start doing that. There's a couple things that we've shared that we'd like to bring forward that would be pretty quick to quick and innovative to kind of get going. It's just a matter of us taking that next step. I mean, we just found out, I guess at the last meeting when I formally announced that. We're going to keep staying aggressive. My only recommendation would be is keep a little bit of money in there in case a certain grant kind of sparks. But I completely agree that as I adamantly shared with the board, it's time to get some of this stuff going. So to your point and to everyone's point on the call and the meeting.
Yeah, I would do, and this is one person, one at-large elected member of this body. I would recommend for you to present to council at least a 50-50 split. And then the council can work back from there, whichever way the majority would choose to go. But at least start there. I wanted to also visit with you on, and could you get me the exact, are we in agreement that plan is like 4 years old, the master parks plan? 4 years old, okay. Okay, so I don't need us to spend any more time on that. The other vision that I had for parks, and I think Caesar's trying to bring us to this place, we have to develop into, at some point, a true parks and recreation department. We have to. We have too many amenities, and our park system is too valuable and too potentially impactful and important for us to not grow into this parks and recreation department, provided that we grow slowly. So I'm asking you to put in your budget, we talked about this, a part-time parks and recreation operation for the summer months for our children. We talked about working with the library, perhaps with the Parks Board, on providing weekly camps for our children. Fishing camps, kayaking,
Archery.
nature, archery. There are all sorts of things, art. There are all sorts of things that we can, opportunities that we can provide for our children with the park system and the facilities that we have. And we can grow from there. We can 8 to 12 weeks in summer can turn into 12 months, baby steps. And again, I think that we ought to add the Parks Board into this discussion as well. Lastly, and I'm not saying anything that we don't know. There's a parks maintenance log as of June 2023. And I, as well as sounds like Ms. Griffin, as well as Mayor Pro Tem, and I assume the rest of our council are concerned with certain projects that are on this list, and in particular, those projects that deal with safety, Caesar. They have not been addressed and they deal with safety. For example, West Lawn has to fill a crack in the basketball court. That's a trip hazard. We have to, in the MLK, pressure wash and clean a playground set. That's a slip hazard. We have to at least install or repair 2 benches at JC Park. If they need to be repaired, that's a potential liability issue. We have to resurface the basketball court at JC Park. That is a potential trip and fall hazard. There is an opportunity at Mahan Park to remove or repair an old water fountain. I don't have to tell you how many issues that might bring to our city, as well as at Mahan Park, resurfacing basketball courts and tennis courts. And let's not forget at Highland Bayou Park to Box Point, repairing the pavilion column, resurfacing the basketball court, and placing old bricks in high erosion areas. All of those are potential issues with safety and also liability. If we have the funds to make those repairs, at least to those that I was able to find on this list, I think that that'll go a long way to reducing our potential liability as a city. Anything further for the Parks Board or the Parks Maintenance Fee Fund?
I would like to just say to Mike and Tanya, it's been a pleasure the last 60 days working with y'all, going out doing cleanups, seeing the stuff as I drive by, doing Bayou Park right down the road. I've enjoyed watching all that stuff come down. I wish I would have got the old clown head that was up there. But that's a whole different story. Seeing the new equipment, the new stuff going in there. Can't wait to see it get finished and actually take some pictures. I've enjoyed coming out, cooking hot dogs with y'all, almost falling off a kayak into the bayou out there. But don't just think of the softball fields as for kids. A lot of us old guys like to go out there and play softball, and we could get the leagues. There are more businesses coming in that have a softball team with them that we can rent those parks out to do that. Don't just think about it for kids, and maybe a disc golf course, because I'm old and I can't throw a spot.
Well, we certainly want to thank you guys for allowing us to present this to you, but we would be remiss if we would not acknowledge our other Parks Board members who play a role in helping us to have discussions and recommendations to the council and then to Public Works to get some of these tasks taken care of. So
Yes,
we
ma'am.
want to thank our board members, our other board members who are not here as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Mike and Tanya, thank you.
Go ahead, Michael.
Mike and Tanya, thank you, and the rest of your board, thank you for all you do.
We definitely want to move out of the budget process into the month of October and November with some serious discussions on how we move forward in light of the realities that we face as a community with our parks. I think we need to move quickly. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thanks, sir.
Mr. Garcia, are we at the time for police, or are we?
We have police. We
Okay.
also have the auditor who I could see if we can push back. It's definitely your call. I know you may need an afternoon break. Completely your call.
Council, are we wishing to visit with the PD again and then the auditor, then PD? Does it matter? It's
I
not all,
don't have an issue. However, I do have a request for the city manager.
okay. Let's get your request, Michael, while we're deciding.
Some of the constituents were asking city manager if, like, the handouts could be posted online so they could see them from the last few days.
Yes, sir.
Very good. I guess, Chief, you took the seat, huh? So we're gonna go with you. Chief decided. I'm teasing, Chief. I'm teasing. We're just trying to regroup. All right, we have the police chief, the police department with us again at this time. We are going to now take a second look at the police budget so that we can get questions answered, make some recommendations.
We're gonna, Mayor, I covered a lot of this last week.
Okay, where are you, Chief?
PowerPoint.
Okay, go ahead.
Run through that real quick.
Sure.
You know, it's hard to read. These are, again, accomplishments for fiscal year 22-23. First one is so back
Speaking-
community policing, we get one wait for the mayor.
No,
Should I wait for the mayor? Let me get closer.
Hey, chief, I'm having a hard time hearing you, sir.
I could see it from here. Should I go ahead or wait for the mayor?
go ahead.
See, what do you think?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, these are the significant accomplishments that I submitted in the budget package. The first one is we reestablished community watch neighborhoods. Right now, we have 7. We'll have 8 in about another month. We had Operation Facelift down there, the second one down. Our PD is, pretty bad shape, 53, almost 54 years old. We went through there and did a lot of painting, cleaning up the jail, built closets for supplies. So it really looks a lot better. The lobby, as I mentioned, looked pretty bad several years ago. It's very nice. In fact, Councilman Yancey, she commented on that. Remember, you took a picture of her, I think, Councilwoman Yancey. You look so nice. Okay, moving on. We received we were runner-up for our community policing effort. We went up to receive that award for this is Municipal Excellence Award. Moving on down, we were gifted with the Community Policing Grant, Cops Office grant of 6 offices, almost $1 million, $750,000. We reinstituted the cadet program. We have a cadet now in training at up there in Houston. He should graduate in October. We started a program for helping out drivers, giving them an incentive to drive safely, called Catching a Driver Doing Something Right. Walmart worked with us. They got turkeys for the ones that were seen driving correctly. And our violent crime rate, we've been really fortunate. It's been 21 over 22, it went down 18%. 22 over 21, it went down 13%. And we're still trying to hold it together. And we're doing our very best to keep the crime rate down. We received a grant for TAPS, Teen and Police Services, which basically is a program at the high school where we meet with the students, the at-risk students. And the main purpose of the program is to reduce the social distance between the police officers and students. And I'll tell you, it really, the percentages in there, it really, when it went down, revealed a 37% increase in the gap. So it raised it up pretty good. Okay, these are our goals we submitted for the fiscal year. I didn't put too many goals because these are I felt like the most important. Number one was to continue to develop a positive organizational culture in the department. Number two, continue with our community policing effort. And the third is to work on this CompStat program. We some of you have been to the meetings, and it's a briefing, and it's really helping us with the crime rate. Everybody's responsible for preventing and controlling crime, so we want to keep that going. Okay, this is our org chart. There's one thing not on there. It's the part-time evidence custodian. Lieutenant Gandy's got some candidates. We had one, and she chose to go somewhere else, but we have a part-time evidence custodian at 1,000 hours that's going to help out our evidence operations. That's our staff, 56 authorized, 45 of which sworn, and that depicts our police department. I know you can't see this. We had a meeting with Caesar about 3 or 4 months ago, and it shows actually what each command staff member's duties are. I know you can hardly read it, but on the far right, you'll see where it says deputy chief. Those are all his duties on the far right, all in green. One duty in there is he's like the alternate emergency manager for the department. We need to have somebody looking over that. I am the primary. I'm on there in the middle of it, and I have my duties. But every command staff member, these are extra duties that they have. So it's pretty important that you realize just how busy they are. This is our diversity report for the sworn personnel. I talked about that last week. Mayor Pro Tem Joe Compion asked about having it for civilians, so we got one for civilians right there. We developed that. We're doing well in some areas, and some areas where we need to work on, but we're doing our very best we can to be a diverse department. Crime rates, basically, I mentioned 21 over 20 went down 18%, violent crime 13%, and 22 over 21. What'd I do? Okay. This is a property crime. It's gone up somewhat. This is fiscal year now. And you remember we talked about property crime. We cannot control what goes on inside of a store. So that's kind of like, we're behind the 8 ball on that. I wish we could. So we're doing everything we can to give them advice, but we are doing the best we can. This is our police calls for service in the fiscal year. It went up about 2%. In 22, DWI arrests, it went up quite a bit, 130%. Traffic citation. I know that you've been very concerned about that. What you see on the far right, 22, that's FY 22 over 23. The fiscal year is not completed. We did it as of June 30th. So what you see there is, as of June 30th, is 1,313 traffic citations by our staff. Now, that's as of June 30th. Below that number, 1641, I interpolated. I took an estimate of what, if we keep doing what we're doing by September 30th, that's going to be the number. Okay, makes sense? I just wanted you to see that. Cal, it's not moving. Okay, warnings, traffic warnings, same thing. By June 30th, we wrote 1,572. Interpolation again, 1965 should be by September 30th. Calls for service, this is fiscal year. We're not finished with the fiscal year. That's where we're at now. As of June 30th. We usually have about between 12 and 14,000 calls for service. And now calls for service, just want you to understand this, Mayor and council members. This is not us doing something. It's us being someone to answer a call. Okay. Adult arrests, same thing as of that date, June 30th. It should go up. We have 3 months left. Okay. In our package of items that we really need by priority, we've been asked to do this. Package number 1 is a building behind the police department. Caesar, you know a little bit about this, I'm sure. Corporal Conan King has worked with this company that does, it's a metal building, it's air conditioned and so forth. It would go in that area on the top left there. Obviously, that's a lot of money, but it has about 4 or 5 offices, enough room for all the entire evidence area. Whether this will delay needing a new department, I don't know. We don't know that, but I mean, it just looks a lot better than $23 million. Let me tell you that. Okay. That's the building. Interior, it costs for each thing. The total project would be $550. Okay. Package 2, we need 10 cameras. We have to go with the Axon cameras. That's the best deal for us. We have cars right now that do not have camera systems. They have, I think it's called Safety First. It's an old system. So we need cameras for the cars we currently have. There's 10 of them. That's the cost to purchase them. Okay, this is personnel issues, matters. We needed our administrative assistant sitting in the back of the room, Andrea Mendez. Let me just say this. There was a feeling in the past, and I mentioned this to Caesar, and my staff knows what I'm talking about. Administrative assistants, they all work hard, trust me. But when you have an agency, a police agency, you could ask anybody when you go to a conference, say, where is the most stressful, constant work? Everything happens, complaints, things you wouldn't believe. What agency has to handle that? They're going to tell you hands down, it's a police department. Okay. I know the fire, they work hard. Public Works works hard, you name it. But she gets more complaints than you would believe just for anything. Dogs running at large, noise, we handle it all. And let me tell you something. 99% of the time we've done the right thing. It's just somebody's concerned. That job takes more than the average administrative assistant. So to say, and I have voiced my opinion with finance and personnel, to say every administrative assistant should be paid the same is really not fair. It's really not fair. The administrative assistant for the city manager, I'm the one that formulated her job description. Obviously, she has greater challenges and responsibilities than my person or the public works person. And that's why the salary level is different. So we need to raise that salary to the level of what they do, the challenges and responsibilities. Recommending it go to $21 an hour from 18 to 23. Caesar was concerned. It was really nice to hear that our record specialists, they need to be raised up. That would raise them to $39,102. You wouldn't believe the number of open records requests we get daily and how important that is. And so raising one up to $39,102 and the other one up to $37. And I did with Caesar and ask, my staff did a survey of by the way, these were done with local salary surveys. We didn't just grab it out of the air. This is what they should be paid. Okay. 5 mobile computer terminals. This is for, you know, we're asking for 5 marked vehicles, they're lease purchase now. And they're going to need mobile command terminals. That's the little computer sitting in the car that they deal with on getting records and checking out suspects and so forth. Cold case detective. You probably just read the recent arrest we made of a case, 23-year-old case. It was done because of a cold case investigator. He's done a great job. This was a sexual assault, kidnapping, and a robbery. So I'm asking for a cold case detective. That amount down there, that's the cost of a new officer without fringe. And that would bring somebody in from the bottom and make somebody be a cold case person strictly doing that position. Unmanned, a drone. They're very expensive. I mean, you could buy one at Walmart for, you know, $45, but you're talking about, you know, you got to have something that's really substantial, can take pictures and so forth. They're very expensive, and we could save possibly lives with a good drone and prevent ourselves from getting injured. I'm asking for another telecommunicator. We have 8 authorized. And I mentioned if you do the math, 4 times, 4.5 times 1 person. If you want 2 sitting there, 4.5 times 2 is 9. And we need to have another telecommunicator. We have a canine. Ito is about 8 years old. They say the life of a canine is around 8 years. So he's up there, and he's having some medical issues. And we used to have 2. We need to go back to 2. You'll have 1 on each shift. Well, 1 on day shift and 1 on night shift. The digitization of records. We have an array of records. I mean, we have one room, probably half the size, filled with file cabinets that I can use for personnel, for office space. And we have a lot down in Building A. Obviously, we can, one plan is to have them pick them up, store them as they do for others. And that would be about $1,400 a year just for the storage. But really, this is the way we should go eventually, is have it all digitized, and we could go find this stuff on the computer. But it's just gone on for since we've been, incorporated since 1953. We have to do that. Package 12, we have 6 air conditioning units on our 53-year-old building. They're all in different states of age. So they all can go out at one time, or they can go out just piecemeal, but we need to invest in those air conditioning units. We have vehicles that are wrapped now. On the far left, you see that I had a complaint. A lady came in my office about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. She said, "What's going on with your vehicles? They really look bad." That's what happens from the heat. So we need to fix that, and with the vehicles that we have. We have to fix some doors. The evidence room door, the one outside, the building outside, and dispatch doors need to be substantial. We need to have rifle racks for the patrol cars. We've been after that for several years. It's never happened. The server room, that's the room with all the files in it, the records, you see that on the top left. That could be office space once we get the records out of there. The speed control trailer, it would help our community know their speed and probably save some lives. It's expensive, but it works off of solar, and it could be moved around to the community as needed. I think it has some more. Is that it? No, that's it. Okay. Okay, that's an overview. I covered a lot of that last week, and I'm ready for any questions that you may have.
Did we get that handout?
No, sir, but we can definitely make it available to you.
Yes, sir.
He was asking about handout. Any questions for Chief Hoggon?
That presentation.
Thank you.
You're gonna get it to us.
Would you say, sir?
You're gonna get that presentation.
Mayor Pro
Or
Tem,
email.
it's actually going to be emailed to you
Oh, yeah,
as we
okay.
speak. Thank
Michael, did you have a question?
Yes, sir. Chief, are those listed in as your priorities, 1 through 11?
Is what listed?
Your packages, is that your preference of how you would like them?
Yeah, that's the order that is the order we would like to have them in. starting with 1, 2, 3 to the last one.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. That's my only question.
Any more questions for Chief Argon?
Yes,
Go ahead, Joe.
Chief, what's I know there's a distinction made, but you've got emergency calls and non-emergency. You're split up. What's the average response time for emergency 911 calls?
You know, I don't have that. I could get that. It's not very long. It depends on we have a system now, which we developed in the last year and a half. Citizen, you know, if we have a 911 call, which is, you know, crime in progress, we drop everything, we go to it. It's within minutes. We used to have calls that were not emergencies, but in the telecommunicator would say, we'll be there in a bit, or as soon as we can. For me, that might mean 20 minutes. For another person, it might mean 2 minutes. So we changed our policy, and this is something that's been done nationally, and we installed it. We tell, if it's not an emergency, we tell the citizen that, you know, like say a bike stolen. I always use a stolen bike. People come back from a vacation, the bike's missing. You know, if you tell them they'll be there as soon as possible, it might be 5 hours. It might be 3 hours. Well, they might want to go somewhere. So we tell them about the approximate time we will show up to take that police report. Again, if it's an emergency, everybody drops everything and we leave. Citizens, studies have shown citizens, if they're given a time that you'll arrive there, even if it's 4 hours, they're not upset. But if you get there 4 hours and 1 minute, they are. So we're doing that now, and I haven't seen any complaints on this system, and it's what we should have done for many years. The thing is, their expectation of when you show up is important. And then again, if we realize we can't get there in 4 hours, or say something else happens, the telecommunicator is required to call that victim back and say, I'm sorry, something came up. It's going to be another hour, and we'll be there at 5 p.m. I'll just tell you this. I called Austin about 3 months ago to find out something, and I was told on the phone by a automated robot that if I'm having a call for service on something, it might be the next morning. So we're pretty lucky. Some cities, they say it's going to be 2 days. Now, this is for a stolen bike. That's not important. You know, a 911 call, you have to drop everything. Now, if you want that, a lot of cities have gone away from this response time because if you use the system I'm mentioning, it's not important. But if it's, believe me, if it's shots fired, a person's injured, we're there within minutes, as quick as we can. We might be on the other side of town, so it might take 3 or 4 minutes. So that'd be my response.
So are you still promoting the non-emergency number at one time?
926.
Prominent in terms of the police information. It was always non-emergency number. I think that's memorized.
9269, 938, 9269. That's the non-emergency number. And you know, the reason why you see I have one of the priorities is telecommunications. We really should have 2 sitting there. You know, they need a restroom break. They need something might happen. You know, you got one person, they have to call sometimes to have an officer come in and stand by while they, you know, take a restroom break, whatever. So it really should be 2 people sitting there. We have got by for many, many years. We're at 6 now of the authorized 8. We got 2 we're looking at additional. And I kid about it. I say we've had 8, but maybe for 2 days. And then someone leaves that was here for, 2 years. But thank you for going up on the salary on that. For $21 an hour, it really helped us. They're getting they're being paid with the what they deserve. But
Thanks.
All right, so as I was watching your slide, I noticed that traffic violations so far year to date had gone up almost like 600 traffic tickets this year.
Yes,
How many of those are on Highway 3 with the new lights that are some are covered, some are not? This light's not necessarily in a lane. It's kind of over on that side instead of more.
I don't have those stats, Councilman Ross, but I can get them. It's all over the city, the entire 14.2 square miles of the traffic, but
Right, but I'm just literally driving up and down Highway 3 right now with the new poles that are there, but they're not in, and the way the light, it can be confusing if you're
Right.
not really, if you're just watching for the color to change in the side of your eye.
If there are any, it's not. It's
Okay.
it's not really a high priority. That we what our track.
Chief,
yes, sir.
I was interested the other day in the discussion about vehicle acquisition. Sounded like you were saying something about Nissan or some different type of vehicle because we're having a problem acquiring Fords.
Right.
What was the other vehicle that you mentioned?
Okay, we have 10 that we ordered in 20 and 21 fiscal year. There only 4 have come in, Ford Explorers. They're Interceptors.
4 Ford Explorers. Okay.
4 of the 10,
Okay.
they're
Out
sitting
of 10
there
Explorers.
out of the 10,
Okay.
and they're leased vehicles. Now, we lease them. They're around $700 a month from Enterprise. 4 are in, and they're in Silsby's, which is the place that puts them together for us. Enterprise contracts with them. And it's not just us, it's like a major operation for almost all cities use this company.
Mhm.
There's 4 that are in, they're waiting on the cameras. And there's 6 that are not even manufactured yet.
So they haven't even started building.
They haven't even.
And so what
started.
were you saying about us acquiring
Okay.
different vehicles?
My staff did a whole lot of work with Matt Whiteley, who is the enterprise representative.
Uh-huh.
We did all the coordination, Gilberto G-Rod in the back, constantly did all kinds of stuff. We got it all together. And because we've done all we can, we gave the city manager the information. He's got all the numbers and the figures and how to reach them. And it's going to have to be between the city manager, Susie, the finance director, or whoever is the finance director, and Matt Whiteley, because there's going to have to be some mix and match. If we aren't going to get the Explorers, because they're not even made yet, and I don't know when they're going to make them, we don't know. As the city manager mentioned, maybe it could be Durangos, maybe it could be Tahoes, whatever it is, we need those vehicles. Our vehicles are expenses real high due to the parts, but the vehicles are getting old.
Yeah.
So the city manager is going to coordinate with them and work it out. Now, we want, those are 10 that we ordered 2021. They're sitting there, we want 5 more marked vehicles in this fiscal budget that we're talking about right now.
So we're missing 6 and then you want 5 more on top of that.
Right.
Okay.
We want 5 more. That's marked vehicles. Now they put them together. Enterprise puts them together. And we have to add the radios and the mobile data terminals. They don't do that. Everything else is they pay for it. Everything that's in the vehicle that comes with the $700 a month. We're also asking for 2 pickup trucks to be rented from Enterprise for our undercover work, and 2 unmarked admin vehicles. Those are all lease vehicles. We're not buying a vehicle.
Yeah.
So that city manager is aware of all this, and he knows what to do, but we can't do anything more. We're just dead in the water. We're dead in the water on this stuff.
Yeah.
But we need these vehicles. We need them. Our
Yeah,
fleet's aging.
I just wanted to know which vehicles we're looking at and
I'll take a three-wheel Pinto right now because we need to have some vehicles.
yeah.
Our vehicles are repairs. I mean, it's incredible when I sign off on these because they're getting old.
Right. And all those things are true. And I agree with you. But the council, we need to be aware of the different vehicles, right?
Yeah, it would be whatever.
And we need to be briefed on that because again, that our community members will be
Mhm.
having to navigate these vehicles, unfortunately, sometimes in the back of them.
Yep.
Right? So we just want to make sure that we are able to provide accurate information.
Matt Wiley has
Yeah.
told us that there's an opportunity if he can snatch 6 feet. See, the thing is, we're obligated for those 6. That's
Right.
one of the things. And apparently we can't get out. Caesar knows what I'm talking about. We might not be able to get out of that, but maybe we work something out. And there's Tahoes. Doesn't have to be a Ford Explorer Intercept. It could be Tahoes. It could be pickup, right, Forrest? Durangos. I don't know about a Mustang. We kidded about it the other day, but I've never heard of a Mustang Interceptor. But
Yeah.
the thing is,
Basically, anything that's built by these dealers or built by the dealerships to be.
You all can make a police car. Oh,
Well, no, there's only certain models that
okay.
are designed to
Right.
be police.
Okay.
but we're faced with the dilemma, and we're holding off, doing our best we can with the vehicles.
So part of the discussion for us as a council would be comparing, right? Because which vehicles give us the better gas mileage?
Sure.
Which vehicles have the longer, have the better longevity, right?
Yes, sir.
Which vehicles are more durable in
Right.
crashes?
Right.
So those are the types of, the reason why council probably should know the contemplation, what vehicles
Right.
we're looking at,
Right.
because believe it or not, and you've been a council member, constituents call with all sorts of questions.
Yes, sir.
And so it's just some things that we probably should be aware of.
Right.
Not a big deal at all. I just wanted to ask you so that I can get more more clarity. I wanted to ask you a little bit about your executive assistant. You don't know this, and certainly. So I'll ask Chief, Mr. Garcia. How many executive assistants do we have currently?
Currently in the city, we have one mayor, which
Okay.
reports to my office.
City manager.
Yes, sir.
So the other persons, the fire department administrative assistant, the public works administrative assistant, they aren't executive assistants.
No, sir.
And your reasoning, chief, for this new title change is what?
Mainly because of the level of responsibility and challenges that are facing police agencies. She has to know how to calm down a person on the phone that's, irritable, domestic violence. So it's not the standard, receptionist type functions that a lot of people at the front end, deal with. So looking at what we did for Michaela's position, that needed to be at that level because she handles dignitaries, the mayor, the council members, people from out of state, would be a senator, same kind of thing. We had a House of Representatives come in a few months ago and gave an award to us. So it's really, it's higher level mental challenges and decision-making. That's why I wanted it to be at that level. When you go to conferences, Mayor, you could talk to other people. Police agencies receive a lot of stressful situations. People complain about almost anything that happens in their community and they want something done. That person has got to be a higher level of intelligence and higher level of, being able to, how would you say, multitask. So that's why I'm asking for it.
Also, if I could, I've been on this soapbox for a few years. So the position requires, it's titled as, administrative assistant to the chief of police, but she more deals with the other 50 something employees that we have in the building. She's required to, lead teams of in different projects. I know she's leading the digitization project. She leads all of our special events. She handles a lot of sensitive information. She's dealing with all of our G files, all of our internal. She has a big hand in all of our internal police records. She's required to have,
Excuse
TCS.
me, Deputy Chief. Can you step up to the mic? I can't hear.
Thank you for that, Michael. Forgot about that. Sorry about that, guys.
No, this has been a soapbox thing for me lately or last couple of years. But no, she serves really all 50 employees. and cops are needy, especially we all have a lot of, there's a lot of moving parts, with all the certifications, with all the licenses, the promotions. Also, like I said, the sensitive information that she's responsible for with our internal police files, records. She leads a lot of our teams. She's leading the police, the records digitization project. She's also got a member or the leader on a couple of our internal teams, special events, stuff like that. So it's more of less reception and more so kind of leadership within our department even.
I visited with you several times in the past about staffing. And I believe one time you were sharing with me that your non-sworn personnel have to have, or they have to pass a certain level of background, as well as I thought I heard you say something to the effect of they are not allowed to have social interaction with certain elements of society, in particular people with criminal backgrounds. Is that true?
Yeah, so they're subject to the same police background that our police officers are.
Okay.
So we conduct our background on them in the same manner that we do on a police officer. And then on top of that, as far as certifications and stuff, we have CJIS requirements just to have unescorted access into our building. Our civilian staff have to go through all those certifications. And then I'm sorry, what was the second question? Oh, yeah, like I said, and then they're all, that's right, the policy. They're also subject to police department policies, which, prevents you from being associated or hanging out with felons or people of ill repute, and you're just held to a higher standard just because of if you end up in the newspaper, it's not going to be administrative assistant does this, or it's going to be police department employee. So they are held to a higher standard and subject to a lot of scrutiny.
Yeah, I think that's for me, that's the defining bit of information that would open the door for me for that. They are held to a higher standard, and there's no way around that. Chief, I wanted to ask you about these records.
Yes, sir.
So you said that it's going to cost the city about $250,000 to digitize records. So I'm curious, first and foremost, to know what the state law is as it relates to police records, because I have no idea.
Right.
And why would you need to can you destroy? And again, I'm a novice. I have no idea about this, but is it possible that we could destroy some of this, or does the law say that we have to keep it?
I think the figure was 170.
178.
178.
Somewhere in here, I saw 250,000. Did we?
I think it went down.
adjust?
It was that at one point, and they went down on us.
Okay.
So that's 178, and that's to digital. Kiara is the expert on archiving. There are certain records you can destroy after a certain period of time, but can you help me on that, Kiara?
The short answer is going to be, it depends on what the record is.
Yeah.
For the most part, whereas at some point they can be destroyed, a lot of the times that date is very far away. But if it's done at a certain level, as with a ton of guidelines as recommended by the Texas State Library and state law, those digital files can be considered and certified as primary files, whereas the physical files may not necessarily need to be kept. But again, it depends on what the document itself is.
Okay. So here's one of the areas that I think council has to, we really have to stand firm. And it's a teachable moment. And I just want to say this for all of our edification. So when we bring a line item to a council for things like record retention, and we don't know exactly how many records we need to retain. It's vague, but we have a price tag on it. It lands with a bit of skepticism on this council, because if you have a price tag on it, like $178,000, we would believe, reasonable people would believe, that somehow we have made some sort of educated estimation, or even, I see Chief Wagner in the back. All right, thank you. I was headed down that street. Thank you, sir. We don't want any of our residents to not have the chance to know exactly what's happening. So you do have. Okay, that's what. So when I ask you about the policy and how much of this is required for us to keep, I was looking for some sort of a report that says this is what you have to do. And so it sounds like y'all have that.
From our understanding, most police records have to be held 75 years beyond the death of the offender. So if you have an arrest record or a report or anything like that, the person, the victim, would have to be, the actor would have to be dead for 75 years. So it's virtually.
Our city isn't 75 years old, so we're keeping everything. Got you.
Yep. And-
Okay.
And Curtis Davis came out and did an assessment and gave us the cost. It's $123K for the PD building. Building A was 54. And anyway, it came out to 178. And he said he would take all the records and actually store them where they store all their other records. This is a company that's works. It's a Galveston County, Harris County company, and they do all the educational records in the county. And
we have the breakdown per box, and then they will inventory the records for us. So they'll package them in the boxes.
right.
They'll tell us exactly what's in each box.
Yeah. Okay.
And then we could actually, there's 5 or 6 points of data. We could give the date, and it'll be digitized. We could get it on a computer, 5 different ways.
Yeah, Chief. So look, if it doesn't happen, would we be okay if we stored it in some boxes in building A? Would you survive? Would you be okay if we stored it in some boxes in building A for a year?
We have some in building
Okay,
A.
so, this is not necessarily a tomorrow need.
No, sir.
Okay, so let's get back to some tomorrow needs really quickly. I just wanted to ask you so that I can crystallize in my mind what we need to do.
Right.
How are we with our report writing? I know at one time we visited, you were saying that a lot of your officers are bogged down, if you will, with just the sheer having to write reports on things that are in the grand scheme of policing minor. Is that still an issue? And if that's an issue, have you looked at report takers? And if you have looked at report takers, how does that play into this cold case detective at the top of this request for personnel?
I see what you're saying. Call takers, a lot of cities do use them. You call in, the bike stolen, they switch it to this person, they take the report on the phone. Any major cases, they would send an officer out. We've looked at that. It's manpower intensive. We have looked at that.
Would it be more, I guess my question very directly, would it be more cost effective for you to look at a couple of call takers? Because it sounds like you have 10 additional officers. And I don't know what that looks like, what your plans are for patrol officers on the street. I guess what I'm trying to ask you is would it be better for your officers to have call takers and then use maybe some of the freed up human resources that are our officers, our sworn officers, and maybe train one of those persons in to be a cold case investigator? Does that make sense to you, what I'm
It-
asking you?
It could happen, and I've seen cities that have gone to call takers. They have one or two. Phone call comes in, it's a lower
Yeah.
level case, they switch to the call taker. The officer doesn't even have to go out there.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's just insurance purposes, but a major case, the officer would be the one to
Right.
show up. But that's, you would just have to look at the cost because it's an hourly pay, it's not a high level payment
Yeah.
for a person like that, but we
But-
could look at that.
But if we can keep our officers on the street patrolling, looking
Right.
for and preventing crime
Yeah.
instead of having to stop, because that's what they're doing. Is
Right. A lot of
they're
cases.
not hanging out. They're pulling over in the parking lot trying to finish a report is actually what they're doing.
Yeah, a lot of times it's just a minor case and they have to actually
Right.
arrive at the residence and take it. When a call taker could do it all on the telephone, that could happen.
Could y'all look at that, Caesar? And just so the council can see a
Yep.
different look at it? Thank you.
We tried that with volunteers way back and on my first run, and we trained some Citizens Police Academy people, and then it kind of just dissolved. No one, they just had other things they had to do. It didn't work out.
Yeah, sure. That's all I have, Chief. Again, we are in the Safe City Initiative year 2,
Sure.
moving into year 3. Again, that's something that this community is filling our lap, if you will. Nobody wants to have to make crime their number one priority, but we had to. So we are fully committed to that endeavor.
Yes, sir.
So I don't have any other questions for you at this time concerning your budget.
Okay.
Council,
Thank
do we have any other
I-
questions?
I
Go
actually
ahead.
have a question, and just from doing some math, some quick math and everything. Your executive assistant at $21 an hour for a straight fee or a straight salary is $43,000, right? 43,680 is what I came up with. Now, are we paying any benefits on top of that? Does she have fringe
Yes,
that
sir.
goes with it?
Oh, yes.
Not out of
Yeah.
her pocket, it's straight, the city's
Yeah,
paying.
she
Okay.
receives, medical and.
Now, on
insurance.
top of that, how much overtime is normally in a week?
Now she probably gets 3 to 4 hours a week.
3 to 4 hours a
Yes,
week?
Yeah, I think.
So
Yeah.
I remember back in my hourly wage days, trying to maintain that under 11 hours a week
Right.
in overtime. That way my paycheck didn't get
Right.
the next. So is there any way instead of paying to reduce your overtime costs here and to split the cost here, just bumping her up to say 55 with the benefits, straight salary instead of an hourly wage? It'll take out probably $30,000 in overtime, give her a straight salary, knows what she's gonna get weekly, and not have to worry about overtime pay.
Yeah, you basically stay and go exempt. She'd be exempt employee, wouldn't receive overtime. Yeah, that would be, because that level job is what,
Right.
the deputy chief and I were exempt. And that's the kind of position that it really entails. So yeah, it would help. I would agree with that.
Just curious
Yeah,
if that would be something that would be.
yes, sir. I think it would be great. I mean, I think she'd like that, wouldn't you, Queen? All right.
If we insist, huh?
Yeah, like Lieutenant said, she brought in a digitization guy because she worked with him
Yeah,
and she knew exactly what it is. So she's on top of things.
yeah,
Really?
sure.
She
Well,
makes,
Caesar, that would be your, you heard Councilman Ross, certainly. You can work that up to see what that looks like for us. Mayor Pro Tem? I'm sorry, James, what you doing?
That's all that I have, Dad, there.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have?
Yes,
Go ahead.
just on the equipment purchases, the computer
yes, sir.
and stuff. I'm thinking of the CO that we issued and we have yet to get the report. So what's remaining in that CO of for equipment. And I think that included the cars. Well, we
I'm
did
not
the
sure.
enterprise lease thing on the
Well,
cars.
Well, they provide all the equipment except the radios and the mobile data terminals. The enterprise. When they give us a car, it's got everything in it but those two items.
Okay, well, but not the computers. You listed those separately
That's
in your
that's separate.
presentation. And that's what I'm referencing.
We
We have-
we have the. Correct me if I'm wrong, G-Rod, we have the,
Computers, if we get the 5 Marque vehicles to go in those 5 units.
we have the 10 for the ones that we haven't got yet. We already have them.
Well, but what I'm saying is that I think we anticipated at the time, and this is when I just first joined council, that you would have the computer needs. That was the purpose of the certificate of obligation. And all I'm simply saying is that would like to know what's remaining unspent in that,
Okay,
so that possibly that is the funds there to
okay.
acquire that particular, to achieve that particular task. The other thing I was just noticing is that this issue of the vehicles, what's a pursuit vehicle? There's this company that keeps apparently they have a bunch of vehicles available, which they also lease or out of North Carolina.
Mhm.
And Dodge Durango Pursuit.
Right. It's a
And
pickup.
they have them
Right.
with
SUV, I'm sorry, the SUV.
it's an SUV.
Yes, sir.
And then they have the 2023 Rams, the trucks as well. And there was the other one I saw here that, well, all I'm saying is that they have vehicles,
Yes, sir.
new, available. So
See-
I'm wondering, and these are ready to go,
Right.
they're saying, right?
Well,
And now with other things, so.
The thing is, we're open to anything. Matt Whiteley from Enterprise is going to be working with the city manager and finance. We'll take anything, just, we need them, because we're at that point now. And he said, he gave us several options, Durango, Tahoes, other vehicles, and these are things that have to be worked out at a level above us. It'd be the city manager, finance, and Matt Whiteley. And it's just a matter of, moving money around and making sure that we can get out of that, the 6 that they're not built yet.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
We will still be liable for those remaining 6, no matter when they come in. So if they come in 5 years from now, then according to Enterprise, we're liable because we made the contract. Right.
That's what Whiteley told us, the Enterprise.
I don't know. If it was me, my company, I'd be asking my legal counsel to review the contract terms. That's because this is an area of public
Right.
safety, and you're telling me that you're impacting my public safety needs in a negative fashion and saying you're obligated on this. That's, that's on the verge.
This board may never.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Right.
from what I've been reading as well too. So I suggest take a close reading of that. I never liked the enterprise lease. I said that before, but it's another issue.
Any other questions?
Uh,
Caesar, any questions?
Are you leaving, James, or you just stretching? Oh, I thought we was getting ready to break quorum. I'm sorry.
No, I stretch a second.
No questions, but definitely I'm in support of a drone. I'm definitely in support of canines. If we have the officers that are willing to take them on. So I don't know if we needed to share that with Mr. Garcia, but the majority of what you have here is requests. One person, am in support of. We'll say that we're gonna try to forego those records. And that additional building, chief, that's a tall task for a person that believes that we need an entire police station,
Yes, sir.
public safety building. So I don't know that I would be in support of that simply because I know we need more. But I don't know, I don't see anything else that I would have an issue with. But all of it is about money, chief.
Thank you very much.
So any further questions for Chief Argon and the police department? Caesar, did you want to add some things as it relates to the police department?
No, sir. Thank you, Mayor. I'm just fine, and I will follow up with them on the items requested.
Very good.
Good job. Quick break.
Let's take a break, and we will reconvene. It is now 3:13. Let's reconvene at 3:30. Council, thank you. Hello, and we are back, July 31st, afternoon budget workshop. I believe we are now about to have a conversation with the auditor. Is that right, Mr. Garcia?
Yes, I believe he's online.
Hello. Am I coming through okay?
Yes. Mr. Carr is joining us from Brooks Watson here at CPA, who is our auditor. Mr. Carr, you also have accessibility if you needed to share your screen. I know that you're still going through the process of the audit. If you could tell us where you are in the process and what can you share with us about the process thus far? I know you're almost finished.
Yes, so right now we're near completion. We should be done with field work this week, and then we'll go to the review process by the partner. And then we will be able to provide the finalized report to the city. As of right now, we don't have any substantial findings as far as any fraud or anything like that. Did you have any further questions on that?
Mr. Carr?
Yes.
I think that you may have broken up a little bit. It was hard.
Okay.
Could you repeat that, sir?
Yes. Okay. So right now we're near completion. We should be done with field work this week. After the field work is done, then the partner will review all the work that's done to okay. And then the finalized report will be provided to the city. As far as findings right now goes, we've entered somewhere above 34 adjusting journal entries on our side to the city's books. Can you give me more of information where you're looking for with your second question?
I think basically the council and the community is looking for, basically where you are, what sense do you have as it relates to this year's audit? And then we will open the floor to council to see if there are any further questions of you and your firm. But you can just basically give us a general idea of what you can about your findings for this year.
Findings, we will have some control, our normal type of controls, recommendations for improvements. They're standard, nothing that's going to be impacting our audit opinion. Right now we're on track for an unmodified opinion. That may change if something changes. I believe we're still waiting on a couple council questionnaires that were sent out and a few EDC questionnaires that were sent out that could affect our findings. Right now I have to keep broad with as far as findings goes, but we're on track for an unmodified opinion for now.
Could you share with us, I believe council has a general knowledge of what unmodified means, but for those members of our community, what does it mean when you potentially, or your firm potentially issues an unmodified report?
Unmodified report is the highest that we can give as far as that there is no material misstatements or errors in the report. So when you guys receive the report, that's what it should reflect right now. But that could change again if any of these questionnaires have any information that would change that opinion.
So a material misrepresentation would be an indicator for you to look deeper or more into that particular area of concern. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you say that you have found nothing?
Nothing right now, no, sir.
Very good. We'll open to council. We're going to open this up, Mr. Carr, to council to see if they have any questions. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Carr?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Mr. Carr, you started to say something else after the mayor said you didn't find anything at this time. Could you finish your sentence, please?
Yes, we have found nothing that would impact the audit as far as an unmodified opinion goes. That could change. We're waiting on a couple questionnaires that were sent out to council members and the EDC. that could impact our opinion.
Thank you, sir.
Let's,
That's all the questions I have.
let's clear that up, Mr. Carr. Those questionnaires are standard. They are routine, annual,
Yes,
and
sir.
basic blank statements that go out equally to every council member and every vested or interested staff member, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Any further questions?
I just want to make a statement, Mr. Carr, Councilman. I'm one of the people you sent a questionnaire about last year's budget. I've only been elected since the 15th of May, so it's kind of hard to say anything about last year's budget.
So as far as your answer would go on that questionnaire, it would be, as you know now, in the current processes, although that you are in a different fiscal year now.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess quick question. I submitted my answers. I assume you have them.
Who's speaking? I'm sorry, I can't see through Zoom.
Joe Compion.
Let me check real quick. I've got your binder open. Yes, sir. We have that questionnaire.
Right, very good. Second, just a historical review. This is your second year to be performing our audit. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the reasons that the council selected you as our new auditor after many, many years with the previous is that you have an impressive client list of other municipalities locally. Can you just let our residents know some of the other audit clients that you have here?
Around the city of Houston or in the Harris County or Galveston County, sir?
Well, around Houston.
Okay. Currently we have the city of Dayton. We have the city of Roman Forest, the city of Shenandoah. Let's see here. I'm looking at my client list. We also cover several ESDs from Montgomery County. We have the city of Montgomery, I believe, and there's a few others I'm probably leaving off there that I don't work on currently.
Okay, thank you. And a lot of them are similar size to Lamarck in terms of its budget and the issues.
Yes,
the
sir.
Other thing that I will be paying particular attention to, which was something that were challenged in the past, are the audit notes and compliance and making sure that we've adjusted our standards to meet the concerns that were expressed in the notes. I don't need an answer to that now. I'm just saying that's an area of particular interest.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, last thing is I wasn't clear about when can we expect the final audit to be presented?
When would the next council meeting be?
August the 14th.
Okay, I think we can work on track to meet that meeting based off what I'm seeing right now. It will go, like I said, everything will go for review towards the end of this week or the beginning of next week, and then we will be able to provide a more finalized report in the next 2 weeks after that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions for Mr. Carr?
No, I'm gonna wait until we get that final review.
Very-
The completed audit.
Very good. Mr. Garcia.
If nothing further for the auditor, I'd like to just keep him on if we can for just a split second while we share one of the items that was requested to share with the group. Again, this is a draft. I made some copies for those that are here and present. It's a draft of what we're preparing right now, but it's for the balances, the debt requirements, and then how we're gonna get to that question that was asked. If you could just give me a second to hand these out and give them out to the community. For those of us watching at home or joining remotely, we're going to get this available to share on the screen. Give me just 1 second to get that to you. We don't want to confuse anybody. This is a draft. It's part of the final that we're trying to present, but to make everybody, to accommodate with everybody. While I get a moment to pull that up, give me just 1 second so we can share it on the screen properly. We're going to scan it. It's going to work to be a little bit faster. As we pull that up here, you could just give me a moment. The first page that you'll see, and for those that are joining us remotely, I apologize. We'll have it up into you shortly. Make sure we get you a copy. The first page is, as we do each year, it is a amortization schedule, essentially, that shows you what amounts we owe on which debts. That is labeled right now as a draft of page 209. That shows you what amounts are owed for the debt and so forth. So one of the questions I was asked is, what are our debt payments? How much do we owe per year? How do we come with these amounts? This is the amortized, I struggle with that word, I'm sorry, schedule that we will share. The main topic of discussion has been page 210 that shows our city bonds uncommitted balances. And Mr. Carr, for yourself and for Susie, who are on the call, I'd like to thank you for your diligence and getting us this information. Essentially shows the total uncommitted balances and specifically some of the unspent balances that we have for all of these pending debts combined. The majority of those before have already been spent, the ones that are not reflected here, and they're just pending closeout. So going back to the years, you notice 07, there's a small amount, but then 16, 18, and 2020 are the major ones that are concerned. The total, we talk about committed and then we talk about not committed just yet. We do have to keep in mind that we already made commitments to 3 matching grants that are shown in the middle that show next to GLO match. Those amounts are reflected there, the 402,000, the 82,800, and the 75,000 that are shown. On those amounts specifically, totals $559,000. So although our unspent balance shows at about 2.690,000, really internally we have 2,131,000 left, of which at present time we have the commitment that we've already done that we're just pending on getting it quoted and sent out that we brought to council already for the first review mentioned, which is the bar screen that we need to get replaced, that we've already brought to council for preliminary review, and that we need to come back with a full bid package. So in theory, once you back that out, our estimated amount of 750, we're roughly at 1.4. So $1,381,000. That's what's shown. And I apologize. I put Carol on the spot by sharing this very quickly. And let's just take a look at that as to what that means, that 1.3. At this next council meeting, Rick, at the request of all these pending items, has submitted 3 items for consideration that are not yet approved, have not come to council yet. So letting you know ahead of time that they're about to come forward. They need to clear all of our internal reviews, purchasing, finance, go through legal. And once that happens, then at that time that we can bring them forward. So as of right now, that hasn't happened yet, but I could tell you primarily some of those amounts that are pending so we can understand that that amount of the 1.3 has been tentatively earmarked already for what we are trying to get done. You can share. Okay. This is the page we're talking about. I apologize to those that are not available. We'll also email you a copy of this scanned document shortly.
So you're gonna explain that document, Caesar?
I am.
Okay.
I am. So in particular, I want to call attention to the 1.3, almost 1.4 down there, 1,381,000. Kyle, could you blow it up just a little bit if you don't mind? That particular amount are items that we've already got potentially earmarked, again, pending approval internally and then pending council approval. They have not been brought to council yet. They're slated to come at the August 14th meeting if we meet the deadlines to get them done in time. One of them is specific to sanitary sewer repairs. So again, for those of us that are following along, that's a short amount, which is $29,000 specific to sanitary sewer. But that is only for the engineering work. We know that we need the construction work afterwards. Construction work for that would be approximately $80,000. So for those of us following along at home, rough math, that's roughly $110,000 additional. It's one of 3 projects we're bringing forward. The other projects are still being compiled and are still missing final approval internally. That one is the one that is probably the closest to bring to you to council for this August 14th. But I did want to take a moment to clear up the possible misconceptions that may be out there that we have all this money that is remaining and where it is and what it's about and what it is accounted for. Another item that is not listed on here and we cannot officially list it because we don't have the final quotes yet is the $600,000 that council has already approved up to $6,000 for the West Lawn, or some of us know as the Mary Melody project, the actual drainage project. That project is down the street. As we know, that came to council. There was not enough funds provided by the grant agency. We've attempted different methods of obtaining that. And as a last resort, we said that we can use that because it is a qualifying expense. So that's another 600,000 that is not accounted for from that 1.4 that's there. So I just told you 2 very quick projects that again are not official yet because we have not brought them down, but we have a running list of these projects that we're bringing forward, that we already commenced bringing forward, that were already part of the original scope of work that were requested back in 2016, as far back as possibly 2007 when some of these projects first came forward. We're finally getting these done. They've been here for a long time, but we're anxious to get them pushed forward because we know that we want to get these projects completed. And as was recommended by our partners at Stifle, Brad, as well. Those are just a few of the projects. Obviously, this is a living document. This is a document that is a snapshot in time of what it looks like. That's what's going to be presented to you when you get the final proposed budget. Not inclusive of those things that have not come forward, because we can't show those because they have not yet been approved. We are doing our diligence to bring them forward, and that is our intention, and we will be ready to do so in due time. The next page over, which is labeled page 211 for those of you that are following the paper. The other one, I'm going to have Kyle scroll up here in just a second. This is a 1-page snapshot of all the amounts of projects that we've got going on right now. And I want to just take a quick moment. It's labeled 211 for those of you that have it in front of you. It's a 1-page snapshot of everything that is in our preliminary, already approved capital improvement plan. These are all the projects that we've got going on to date that have been approved or for us to look into. And they're also showing you the funding source. If no funding has been secured, that's why on the side over it, it may say funding needed. But this is our game plan of getting these things done. Kyle, could you scroll up just a little bit up top? These are the estimated project costs up top. There's the estimated project cost, which is your construction cost, and then the engineering costs that are next to it, engineering and design. This is a preliminary estimate based on these. This money, they're not 85 or whatever the math of that is, $95 million sitting in our budget, specifically with some of these grants, these GLO grants. They're considered pass-through grants. Those funds are given to us only when we certify that the work has been done through the actual contractors completing the work. Once that information is sent and it is invoiced and GLO accepts, the funding agency, in this case, General Land Office, accepts those invoices and acknowledges that the work has been done and it is verified and signed off on, they then send us payment. We have 5 calendar days, not business, 5 calendar days to quickly cut those checks and get them out quickly. That's why these funds are not shown in any of our reserves, are not shown anywhere, because these funds are not in our possession. We have them for a very limited amount of time, and it's simply to receive them and to pay the vendors immediately, only when approved by the funding agency. If you notice, a very large chunk of these projects are all GLO driven. Yeah. So that's why the majority of those are listed as such. If you notice, almost all of them actually are listed that way. That's why you'll notice that a lot of the other ones are being separated also by division. You'll see which ones are for parks, which ones are wastewater, which ones are stormwater, streets, and then water projects are listed towards the bottom because we know those are the ones we have least funding for at present time. This is our hunting list. This is what we look for to go hunt for grants. Okay. This is what we look for to go out for and find funds for in some of these matching grants. If at any time there's anything, any project that is not listed on here, and the council would like us to review it, we can add it to our updated capital improvement plan, similar to the draft that I presented to you last week, that we would then add to this, add it to this formal list. It gets adopted by council, and then we can formally readdress what grants we're going to go after. The last thing that is shown is the very next page. It's actually 2 pages. It's a little bit more descriptive of, all right, now that we have that, what's our game plan to get this done? This breaks down that same list of projects with slightly more detail and tells you what year we plan on getting them accomplished. Could you just minimize? There you perfect. So it tells you how we plan. And again, these are estimates, right? These are plans. These are estimates of how we intend realistically to get these projects done. This is how it takes time to get them done, right? All right, we were approved for a grant. For example, we were awarded funding through the GLO for $4.2 million in grant funds. As a matter of fact, Mayor Pro Tem was there to receive the ceremonial check. Mayor Pro Tem, what was that, about a month ago? Roughly? Okay. He and Rick Saylor were present to receive the ceremonial check. To date, we have yet received that contract. So we cannot proceed on that until we receive the contract. All right. I'm not going to go on just a presentation of a ceremonial check. Once we have a contract, it is vetted. It is approved by legal, approved by finance and all the insurance department. It is then brought to council for approval. And then at that time, we will formally announce we receive these funds. And then we start the work that goes behind it, which means the engineering, like I mentioned from the last page, then going out to bid for the actual construction, and then the project gets completed. Unfortunately, these projects are fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, they're great because they are large sums of money that allow you to get a lot of work done, but they also take time. And there are steps that we need to follow to get them, have them come to fruition. We keep planting seeds now for these projects in the future. We've been planting seeds all along. And it's something we continue to do to take advantage of some of the projects that we need to complete. And it's a very preliminary look into what the final will look like. Obviously, this is already composed, and I'm just putting the final touches along with Susie on this. I want everybody to hear from the auditor, and also Susie's available for any other questions that anybody may have. That being said, that concludes the most part of the entire pre-budget workshop that we've kind of had to date. All of staff has given us a lot to deliberate on as far as their package request and their budget request. Once you have a formal budget in front of you, I do keep in mind that what was said about from Stifel. The fact that if you wanted to go in any of your commits of debt, that is a council decision to do based on the packages that do not fit into the general fund request or into the utility fund request. If they don't fit in there, then that is council's decision to bring that forward. Yeah. That concludes our report.
Council, one area I want to go back to before we close this is the city manager's budget, and there are some positions that I want to try to see if we can walk through. Council, do we have any questions for Caesar as it relates to the information provided, Susie as it relates to the resource for that information, or Mr. Carr as it relates to the accounting as much as he could tell us the accounting of this information. Questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I saw where there was $750,000 for renovated municipal buildings. Would that be a consideration for the Chief Aragon's request for the 550,000? I'm going on memory right now. Would that be something? I saw that was leftover money. So would that be something we can utilize for that? Mr. Garcia?
Yes, Councilman Yancey, there is a request in the updated shortened version of the department request packages where they have requested an amount of 550,000 towards one of those kind of preliminary upgrades that has been asked for. It's I mean, I called it a barnuminium, but essentially it is a prefabricated structure that would lay on the grounds behind the police station on that city property that sits behind it.
And also, may I add that part of that money has already been used. Back then, if you recall, we had council blessed on engineering study assessing the current police department. That was where we paid the $50,000 out of. Okay, and originally, when we issued the debt, it was meant for fire station, the old one, not the new one, the old one, because it got hit by Harvey and we thought it was severely hit. Okay, that was one of the reasons. And another one was City Hall. City Hall carpet was damaged. Also, there were a few other areas that were damaged by Harvey. So we thought we needed the money to repair before mold was built into the building. So that was part of the reason. And I think it ended up that we didn't need to spend as much money as we needed to fix all the mold and everything. So that's why it's still there. Okay, so we utilized some of that for the engineering study or the architect study or assessment of the police station. That was a legitimate use. It's police station or fire station is still municipal facility. Yes.
Right.
And Councilman Yancey, what I'll do is I'll go back to the language that was put in that 2018 CO specifically and make sure that some of the requests, I'll let you know which requests that have been put in would be eligible. I know we heard a lot of requests for things. Talked about the service center. We talked about the police station. We talked about some removal of some of these tanks. There's a lot of things that were requested as far as renovations. We talked about City Hall to move court tier to give PD more space. There's a lot of things that we brought into the package that are listed in here. Obviously, the 750 isn't enough to spread out for everything, but yes, that would be assuming that those are applicable. Those could be used in that.
Yeah. And don't forget about the service center that needs a lot of help and work. That may be an area too that we can look at to improve.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any questions?
Couple of questions.
Go ahead, Joe.
First, thank you. We've been asking for this information. And recalling the presentation made by our bond counsel, if funds haven't been used, and I know he didn't say it was like a drop dead date, but so the standard, as I understood, was within 5 years or repurposed within after that 5-year period, then any remaining uncommitted dollars would be used to pay down our debt. And having said that, I don't expect an answer now, but I want like an answer. Both on last year's audited report, and I assume it'll be carrying over to this year's as well, we show the history of bonds, either those that are bonds or certificates of obligation going back to the year 2012. And I'm looking for an accountability of those bonds, showing that they were either closed out to reduce the debt, or they were fully spent, and to also show their purposes as listed here. And then having said that, once again, the 2016 bond. And then we have utility system here that would show uncommitted. The 27 certificate of obligation, we're really beyond that 5-year period. So why is it showing this uncommitted amount of 402.90 if, as I understood, it should be used to pay down our debt?
Actually, that 2007 CO was the original debt. It was refinanced.
Oh,
back.
He said that, right? He did say it was refinanced.
Yes, it was refinanced back in 2017. It was due to the market. The interest rate at the time was favorable if we refinanced. So therefore, with the financial advisor's advice, we worked together and we went ahead and refinanced back then to save the city additional money. So what you normally see would be a 2017 refinance issue, but I just put down the original debt issuance because the purposes for that debt was tied to the original issuance back then, okay? And that originated from 2007 CO, but it has been refinanced back in 2017.
So
I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, once again, if you're not prepared to answer, that's fine. Just the question that comes to mind is when you refinance the debt, are you also saying that you've extended the time period within which to use the uncommitted funds?
Yes.
That's the question that I have.
Yes.
And that's why the 402 remains available.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And utility, wastewater treatments, renovation for public buildings. I thought we had then, as I was also mentioning a questioning earlier, wasn't some amount of, I thought it was a CO that we had issued about the time that I came on council for computer equipment or radios or things of that nature.
Okay, that was a KO, contractual obligation. That was almost like a lease purchase, except we went publicly bid it.
Right.
That was a KO.
A KO.
Yes, that's a short form for contractual obligation.
Okay.
A CO would be certificate of obligation. That's a full-blown bonds. The KO was a contractual obligation. It's almost like has the characteristic of a lease purchase.
All right. So that's just identifying basically a form of long-term debt or a shorter term debt based upon the lease terms. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
It's a smaller magnitude. It's not like a full-blown bonds like $10 million.
Renovation for other, and once again, that line purpose of the 2018 CO, which I understood was the fire building. And you're saying that there's an uncommitted amount of 750 there as Ms. Yancey was asking.
Yes, sir. And another part was the $3 million for the 3 connected buildings.
3 million for what? I'm sorry.
The ABC building, the 3 connected buildings, where one of them happens to be the public works office being utilized. The second one would be the community center. I believe police also is in it as well.
Oh.
And then the bigger building, the biggest building Building A was meant to be a recreation center back then.
Oh, you're saying so that 2018 certificate
Yes,
was also intended to renovate those other facilities in some
yes,
fashion?
sir.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. That was the issue.
And just from, if I can, just from reading this description, it said, fund public safety building, acquire, renovate, and equip a municipal complex, renovation of various existing facilities, and fund recreational facility. That's the brief synopsis that Stifel shared with us when they presented.
Say that again, Susan.
It was fund public safety building, acquire, renovate, and equip a municipal complex, renovation of various existing facilities, and fund recreational facility. And that's from the handout that we shared with everybody. And I believe we posted online as well.
Okay. Well, that's all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, there needs to be a distinction between the monies that have been awarded to us via grant process, GLO monies versus CO monies. And Caesar, you said to us very accurately that federal monies only spend about 5 days in our coffers. They originate from the federal government, many times work their way through the state government or some other sort of administrative agency. And they only arrive in our coffers when the work has been verified, that it has been done to the standards that have been set forth and agreed to by the federal government. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
So we never
have
at any
5
time.
days, and that's it. Not only that, we also have to go through layers of federal audit. And if audit findings shows that the money wasn't spent according to contractual terms and grant guidelines, we may have to pay it back. So there are a lot of documentations involved. The process, it's 9 yards long. So long story short, yes, we have 5 calendar days to pay it. Even weekends, we have to come up here and pull the check. And they approve withdrawing the funds, but we also have to survive through that layers of audit. It's not just one layer. There are different layers. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's very complex. And this is why when you want the bond balances, we also have to make sure that it's uncommitted before you spend it on anything, because there could be some committed amounts due to some grant that we already got awarded or even applied for. Okay, so if we get awarded, oh, now you don't have the money to match the local match, then that could be a problem. It could be significant. Look at the grant of was it the big grant? Was it like 60 million, 48 million, 48 million? Yeah. So this is what I mean. If you have a matching grant, you don't know what gets awarded, or you don't know what can be committed. So we have to be very careful. When we give out available balances, it must be available and not something already committed. Just because we haven't spent it doesn't mean that you can spend it on other things. So that's what takes the time, is to ensure that there's no other commitments that's impacting what you can use of the remaining balance of the bonds.
Okay, so again, you said something also, Susie, I wanted to highlight. Not only are we audited as a governmental entity yearly, but you said as it relates to these millions of federal dollars, that there are layers, and you use layers with an S, plural. There are layers of federal auditing going on simultaneously.
That is correct, because we're using federal money, and the federal money can come from multiple agencies. That's why each agency needs to make sure that the funds are being spent properly and legally. So we have to be in compliance with multiple grantors.
Right. So not only are we, again, we want to drill down on this in a way that we could make sure that every layperson in our community clearly understands this. Again, not only do we hire an auditor as a government, but the federal government audits all grant funds.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted to stipulate that. Now let's get to CO. The CO monies are certificates of obligation. Those are monies that council can vote to raise for municipal business or infrastructure improvements and things of that particular nature. These are these are the numbers, Susie, at the top. City bonds, uncommitted balances, 2007 through 2020. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, these are monies
Mhm.
that, again, council has approved to raise, and these are monies that you have a better and a greater familiarity with. Is that correct?
I only go by what the ordinances said. Those are the ordinances that council blessed for restricting the usage of the debts. So
Right.
everybody is looking at the same ordinance. So I don't have any more knowledge than anybody else. As long as we go through the ordinance, that's our Bible.
Very good. So here's the question, Susie. At the bottom of this, that part of this presentation, there is a number, $3,088,542. Is there an account somewhere with $3,088,542?
When you mean account, you mean the
I
general
mean, do we
ledger
have this
account?
money? That we want to make sure that people are informed. Is there $3 million available to this council to make decisions on infrastructure improvements? Mr.
Yes.
Garcia is saying, is trying to give us a clear picture of what we actually have to work with in this, in that particular part of our finances. What's the true number?
Yes, we have the cash. We have the cash, you know, like I said, the grants matching, unless they make us pay upfront, then if not, we still have the cash.
We
But
still
it's-
have $3 million. Now, is any of that already committed? We're trying to understand this like we understand the economics of our house. Is any of that committed right now?
Out of the what, the 3 million?
The 3 million that you put on the top of this page?
Yes.
How much of that is committed?
And I listed on there the GLO, I believe it's a little over $500,000.
$500,000. So that's the GLO match section of this.
That is the committed. Yes, we got the grant, so we have to commit to our matching. Yes, and of course the lower, and I think the other one count the $750,000 council has not approved yet. So I don't know if that's co-committed or not, but it's earmarked, but not approved yet. So not quite committed yet, but you know, that's also part of that 3 million.
So let's, again, this is where we start getting into the weeds and nobody really understands us and it can be quite frustrating. Again,
I know it is.
$3 million. I know that in municipal government, it's complex, but we have to reduce this down in a way that we can leave no uncertainty. They're $3 million, and you said something to the effect of there are 600,000 of those $3 million committed.
Yes.
To GLO match.
Yes.
And that's monies that we use to match the GLO grant awards. We don't need to get deep in the weeds with that. We just need to be accountants. So should we subtract 600,000 from the $3 million? Yes or no?
Oh, okay. I'm glad that Kyle put this up so I can see the numbers clearly. Okay, can you scroll it up a little bit? Okay, there we go. Okay, when you said 3 million, you meant the 3,088,000? Yes, 3,088,542.
Yes. What do we need to subtract from that number? What is already?
Okay, now I'm seeing the numbers.
We're trying to get a bottom line number on what.
That whole thing is uncommitted.
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 Nothing in that is committed.
That is correct. So you're free to use any of that.
$3,088,542.
Yes,
But they
yes.
have to be used on these particular, whatever those explanations are in that CO. Is that correct?
That is correct. These are, must be used under the restrictions laid out from each of those debt ordinances. Whatever the restriction is, go back to the ordinance. The money must be used according to what the ordinance said that they need to be used. That is a compliance thing.
Okay. Okay, so none of that's committed. So now you have the 2020 CO unspent balance. And now you have a 2.6, which now makes it a little confusing because the top line on the 2020 CO, you have 1.3 for wastewater treatment plant. But then when we go to this next section of notes, the 2020 CO unspent balance is 2.6. What's happening there?
Well, that's because I know somebody out there is probably gonna tie some cash money, and when they see later on some schedule with the cash, they're gonna say, well, how come you said we have 1 million and now it turns out to be 3 million, or whatever the case is. I wanted to explain clearly what is the difference between committed and uncommitted. We have the cash, okay? We just cannot use it because of the commitments. So that 559,800, we have the cash in our hands. So our cash balance includes that. But the fact is, you also received some grants. So you need to pay eventually the matching of that grant. Okay, so if you use it now, you're not going to be able to pay it later. So therefore, this is what I call commitment. Not necessarily using the cash yet. It's just a commitment that's reserved out there because you're going to need that cash later on due to some obligations, if that makes sense. So we have the cash. Because somebody out there is going to say, well, how come we have the cash? You saying uncommitted. Well, it's lower than the cash. Well, I just wanted to be clear. This is why your cash is going to be different from what I'm telling you is uncommitted. Is because there is something out there, some contractual terms out there, or some requirement out there that you must pay at a later time. Hopefully I didn't confuse people even more by clarifying.
Susan, we do appreciate you greatly. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but you confuse me. I'm speaking for me.
See, if I didn't include the notes, then people could say that, you know, I'm practicing Enron accounting and I'm trying to hide something. I'm not trying to hide anything, but I'm trying to clarify different things. And then now I'm confusing people. So you, no matter what, there's no win-win.
So if you would just try to answer the questions I'm asking you. So
okay.
So out of the 2020, Susie, this
Yes.
2020 CO was for how much originally?
I believe, let's see, when we issued it back in 2020, 8 million, I believe. It was meant for, when Tate was here, it was meant for phase 1 of the wastewater treatment plant. And then part of phase 2, the construction of the wastewater treatment plant. And then the Gulf Greyhound, the water tower and some other lift stations. Well, they've completed the lift stations project. And then I believe the Gulf Greyhound water tower, I believe they went out for bid. I don't know if it's completed yet or not, but it should be almost done. And then we received the $48 million grant. So we didn't really need the remaining balance of that phase 2 construction of the wastewater treatment plant. And that's where that $3 million coming from.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So Susan, the basic question so that we can get clarity is how much was the 2020 CO issued for? How much money total?
I don't have that exact number in front of me. I have to find the paperwork back then. I believe it was around 8 million, if I'm not mistaken.
We have that number somewhere, Caesar. Is that? I believe Stiefel.
Yes.
Gave us that number. I need to see that number.
Here.
Yeah, because I'm not prepared for a question like this, so I don't know. You know, to find it, I have to get some paperwork.
The 2020 then was, looks like a combination between 7.6 million and 1.285 million. Is that right, Caesar? Is that what I'm looking at? Roughly $9 million, Susie, somewhere in that area.
That's right. It was a little less than 10 million.
Okay, right here. So Susan, here's what I'm asking you now. Actually, one of them was 2019, I'm sorry, and one of them was 2020. So it's 7.6 for 2020. Right. It's 7.6 for 2020, right there. Is that correct? So out of that 7.6, Susie, here's what I'm trying to ask you. Are you saying out of the $7.6 million that the council issued in 2020, that there is still 2.6 million of that is unspent? Is that what
Yes,
and then let me finish, Susie, so we can get to a place of clarity. And then you're saying out of that 2.6 million that is left over, we have 600,000 of GLO matches. Is that what you're saying?
yes,
So that takes us down to roughly $2 million from that $7.6 million. And
yes.
and so the next question then, Susie, is how do we go from roughly $2 million out of that CO down to where you're saying to us that we have about $1.3 million of uncommitted balance from the 2020 CO? What took us down? Is that the wastewater treatment plant bar screen? Is that what you're trying to show us?
Yes,
Okay. All right. Now it's starting to make sense. So that's why out of the 2020 CO, we go back up to the top and there's 1.3 million that's still uncommitted.
yes,
Okay. Makes sense. It makes sense. Thank you.
yes, sir.
The last thing I want to ask you again, so that they're because Michael Carlson made mention of this earlier, and I think he put a number at about 4 million. Sounds like the accurate number, Caesar, Susie, is 3 million. Is that correct?
The accurate number, three million
On
for what?
uncommitted balances.
Oh, okay, yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Council, do we have any? I know that was kind of arduous to get to that level of a better understanding, but do we have any questions about that?
Yes.
Go ahead, Michael.
The Susie, the 2020 CO bond. Do you know if that ever was voter approved or if that was just council approved?
The 2020 CO bond, it was published, but it was council approved. It never went through an election. I hope I
Okay.
answered your question.
Do you know if any of these COs went through a public election?
None of them, because they're all COs.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? Caesar, you are now also saying to us that about $600,000 of this $3 million are committed to the completion of the Mary and Melody Lane drainage project. Did you just say that to us?
Yes, sir. Up to.
Up to.
Hopefully we don't have to spend as much, but we hope it not to exceed 600,000.
And you just added earlier about $110,000 in sewer engineering and sewer work to this.
Yes, sir.
So we are now looking at about $2.3 million in uncommitted funds. Does that sound accurate?
No,
Tell me what you got, Joe.
it'd be from the 1 point, from the,
If I take the 1,381,134 and subtract the roughly 770 you just mentioned, then that would give us a more.
But that's not true because Susie just said everything up at the top, 2007, 2016, 2018, that they are also uncommitted funds as well. So we got to take that number as a whole. So we take that number as a whole, 3,088,000, and take but roughly 110 out, and then take roughly up to, right, 600,000 out for the Mary Melody. That puts us at about 2.3. somewhere in that area.
Correct.
Okay, so the answer to your question, Mike, is we have roughly $2.3 million in uncommitted funds to bolster our utility system, utility infrastructure, wastewater treatment plant, renovation for other municipal buildings, and things of that particular nature.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Any further questions about this area? American Rescue Plan, ARPA funds, they are in our account.
Yes, sir.
So how is it that ARPA funds can sit in our account? And please tell us where they are. But GLO funds can only sit for 5 days. Maybe
So-
that's a Susie question. I don't know.
Sure, Susie, and if you could help answer that one. The ARPA funds were monies that came from the treasury, different from federal, still coming from a federal situation, but they are not necessarily pass-through funds. They're not project specific. We need to submit a list of estimated projects to do. These were funds that were given post-COVID, part of the recovery plan that was instituted from the government to do so. These funds are less restrictive. These are the funds that we have put out the survey on, that we got public feedback on after all those meetings with the community with. That was phase one. Phase two was updating the capital improvement plan, which is some of what we brought to you as a draft. Once a capital improvement plan, an actual much thicker, complete plan is done, including that community input, then we'll come back and say, all right, folks, of these things that are on this list, here's what the community brought up as their needs and wants, and here's what's applicable towards that. And then that's when we can make the decision based on the survey results as to how those are weighed.
Where are these monies located?
It is right now being invested in an account that is earning over 5% interest rate. And as you can see, the interest earned just half a year, 115,000 just interest so far. So it is sitting out there being invested. It is not sitting idle. Okay, it is under a very competitive rate, over 5%. So it is very liquid. Based on whatever projects that council approves, we can withdraw it anytime. But when you withdraw it, you also decrease the balance, which also could impact your interest earning as well. But just to let you know, just because you don't have any ongoing projects does not mean that the cash is sitting idle. It is earning interest every day, every second, over 5% interest.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan.
Yes, sir.
Any questions about ARPA funds? Moving on, summary of current major capital improvement projects. Do we have any questions on page 211, council? And finally, do we have any questions on the final page, which would be 212/213? Very good. Thank you, Susie. Let's move now. I wanted to, before we close today, we are approaching the 5 o'clock hour. I wanted to visit with the city manager about his budget. And I wanted to basically speak to the idea that the city manager is requesting a project manager, program coordinator, project manager and a program coordinator. And those are your main two asks, is that right, Caesar?
Yes, sir.
Personnel.
Yes, Mayor, with the increase in influx of both projects and programs that we're trying to get off the ground, those were the needs. Thank you all for your support and letting us know to, give you what our list of needs are. We understand the budget constraints are what they are. Those are what the requests are. In addition to that, I know that it looks very different as to what the line items are for budgeted for 2023 and FY 2024. And I just do ask for you guys to remember that also our public information officer would also, or excuse me, our public relations specialist would also be absorbed through that. So that's what the actual difference is reflected there.
Yeah. I wanted to bring this back up, Caesar, because I wanted to provide direction for you as it relates to my observation, and perhaps council might have their own observations. I won't really discuss the budget I want to give you a chance to formally present that to council as far as tax rates and overall budget figures and things of that nature. But I did want to say to you, I believe based on watching you in your office and looking at the challenges ahead, I would like to see, I don't know that I feel comfortable with a project manager or a program coordinator. And I think at some point there was in here a grant writer as well. Where I am really concerned as it relates to your office is your ability to supervise. And I'm saying that not that you somehow are not able or competent enough to supervise, but I think you and I have discussed, you have about 12 departments under your control. And that's just too many, especially when you're dealing with the behemoths of police and fire. And so I would like just if you could possibly save money. We have some emergency management specialist monies that you're proposing, or maybe that's in a package up to tune of about maybe $70,000-$80,000. I forget what it was. This project manager is at about 52,000. The program coordinator is at about 42,000. I don't see the grant writer here to share with you exactly what that person's salary would be. But as for my money, I would like to see some sort of a supervisory position to help you supervise these departments, and you could perhaps add some of those job functions to that person. Perhaps they might be able to manage certain projects. I don't know that you would want to add grant writing to that person, but definitely supervision and managing certain projects that you just physically can't manage. I would like to see something along those lines personally. And again, I'm just one person here, but I wanted to provide you some feedback before we close today. Council, do we have any questions or concerns or any other issues as it relates to the city manager's budget and his contemplation for more staffing?
My only comment on the staffing issues, I know we as council, when we talked about making sure the fire department was certified, to go along with that was the addition of those 3 captains for Station 2. That was something that we, as a council, said was fair. Now, how they want to do it, if they want to internal promote or hire off the streets 3, that's their call. That's the city manager's call. But I know we as a council did agree to that. So I'd like to make sure that's held firm.
Thank you, Michael. Any further comments?
Yeah, I want to stick to the earlier comments that I made about having, I think you touched on it, Mayor, but maybe in a different way. I think we do need to get the city manager's office more an assistant, perhaps. I think that's something we need to seriously look at. I think it would be beneficial for the city as far as accountability and just kind of spreading some of those supervisory type of roles. I think you touched on it, but I don't, I think it's something we need to really consider. People are human, people make mistakes, but we know that when we first came into, there were some systems that needed to be revamped, things looked at and improved. And I think that would be definitely improvement. We've done a lot in the last 2 years. We've accomplished a lot in the last 2 years. And we want to make sure that that momentum is able to continue without creating extra burdens on our upper management. So I think it's fair for us to, I am standing with our city manager on what he needs to do the office and do it effectively. We don't right now have a permanent director of HR or finance. That's a lot to carry. It's a heavy lift. And I think we need to be intelligent about it and get some proper help in that office. So I will be supporting his recommendation.
Yes, ma'am. Any further comments? Caesar, you have any comments before we go?
No closing remarks. I will say that, thank you for the continued support. I will see how much of all this that we've garnered over the last week is incorporated into your final package that you'll receive tomorrow. And with the understanding, Mayor, that obviously we also have time after the balanced budget is presented to make some of these additional changes if that's okay.
Absolutely. We definitely may need to add to the schedule to make sure that the council is getting everything as close to the citizens' will as possible. So we definitely look forward to your proposed budget on tomorrow. Yes, sir. There's nothing further. Kara, did you have anything? If there's nothing further, we will entertain a motion to adjourn. The second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m.